Hello, how we doing? Lan, how's it going? How was your trip? Hope everything went well. Hope you're settled in all right. I'm running a little bit behind. I was actually running right on time to start at 10 o'clock, and then I made the mistake of looking at Twitter, and I forgot the Summer Games Fest was happening. So I had a lot of stuff to catch up on there. Took a note of some release dates that are important to me. Including the fact that the Lies of P DLC is out fucking today, so I don't know when we're gonna play that. You can't do this to me, game devs. I had plans. I had a schedule, and now things are shot to shit. I think we're still gonna try to finish Battle Network 6 first. And then we'll tackle that, I think. As for tonight, we're going to maybe play isn't the right word. We're gonna check out the Welcome Tour. I'm a curious individual. I like learning things. One of my favorite things about the Labo setups were that they had these like in-depth things that explained how the things worked. Now you kind of got the picture when you were building it yourself, but it was still just interesting to see stuff like that. I'm very fascinated by the engineering and everything. I don't think I have the kind of brain that would be able to accomplish things like this. Like, I don't think I would be able to imagine how to get stuff like this working, but that doesn't mean I can't find it interesting. So I do have the Joy-Con loaded up in the straps. I figured that was going to be more relevant than the grip. Welcome to the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Select an appearance. I don't see me, man. That one's like kind of close. That might be closer. Oh, there's so many. Oh my god. Oh, it just goes. It just goes. Okay. No, not that one. I lost myself. Was that the one? I just have to look for another one. I just have to find another me. What have I done? I should have just picked the one that I saw. That one's kind of close. Wrong colors, though. Gotta be blue. It's that time of the year where we get little friggin' gnats flitting all over the screen. Get out of here. Oh, there we go. Hair's a little long. But that might be the best I can do. Entry will begin soon, so please proceed to the gate. Get your PS4 set up. Enough food to last the whole trip. I mean, I remember we talked, like, even if you run out of stuff or forgot something, it's pretty easy just to put in a grocery order. Hello and welcome. What do you think of the venue? Is this the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 you've ever seen or what? No, I'm actually this size and walking around next to my Switch 2. There are all sorts of things to do around here. You can gain some insight into what makes Nintendo Switch 2 tick. Take some quizzes about the system, experience tech demos that show off the system's features, and of course play mini-games. And what was the last thing? Oh, the stamp rally. Stamps are hidden all over the place, so happy hunting. By the way, if you want to move around more quickly, press and hold B to run. Exhibition is really big, so it might save you some time. You fat. Oh. You're startled by that stamp popping up. Don't worry, it's harmless. Have fun with the stamp rally. Hunting down the hidden stamps is sure to be a blast. Oh. Okay. Hello. Looks like you can learn some stuff about Nintendo Switch 2 here. I'm going to read up on this. You two can go ahead without me. Oh, I'm probably not ready for the quiz. I don't know anything. Area F. Can't go through here yet. Come back after you've had a good look around at Area E. Is the button I'm sitting on? It is. Lightly press these buttons to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers. I was thinking when I just got up and detached the Joy-Cons, these things detach so much cleaner than Joy-Con 1 did. I really like it. The mouse feet make it easier to slide the Joy-Con 2 controllers when you're using mouse controls. Hello. Hey, you're me. I read an insight that said you can play games that use a mouse in each hand. I wonder what sort of games would use a control scheme like that. But that one didn't, like, explain anything. It was just like, yeah, it's a button. You know what a button does. Quiz. Sensors check the surface they're on, e.g. a table or your lap, to work out how they're moved. I was wondering where the... I haven't even looked at these things, to be honest. Like, not super closely. Mechanism attaches the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console. Sync button. Hello. Oh, I had no idea the buttons are made out of steel. Really? Mouse foot lower. When you use mouse controls, the mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to move around. Maybe I shouldn't even have them in the straps yet, come to think of it. Hello. There's two insights have got to be hiding around somewhere around here. Maybe I'll take a look over that way. Hello. Thanks for visiting the Lost and Found desk. I have a feeling that somewhere out there a lost item longs for its home. If you happen to find it, please bring it to me. If you find a lost item, be sure to give it to the newbie staff member to your right. Veteran staff member to your left is in charge of camera settings. You can invert the camera controls if you want. Normally, if you tilt the right stick to the right, the camera will move to the right. If you tilt the right stick to the left, the camera moves to the right. It's called inverted. If moving the camera left and right doesn't feel quite natural, try switching. No, I think that's kind of what I expect it to do. Button. Blah. Would you look at that? You can tilt R left and right to get a better view of the surroundings. Blah. Hello. Numbers progress in alphabetical order. Pretty easy to remember. Just how big is this place? I don't think we're going to be able to do everything here, by the way, because I think you need, like, to have certain peripherals for some of this stuff. And I did not go all out on buying peripherals. Had my first go in one of those mouse control games today. Believe you me, I was sliding around like nobody's business. Good for you. Can play this mini game? Then go ahead and talk to the staff member. Did you know you can press and hold B to run around? It's so much fun. Yeah, they did tell me that, and I was paying attention. Oh, lost item. So that's what HD Rumble 2 is like. It's so much easier to understand when you go hands-on. Left Joy-Con 2 controller lets me use mouse controls with my left hand. If you just have to press L while holding it like a mouse. So I can't go through here yet. G. If you've got time, okay, so this isn't exactly a game per se, but give it a try. In this demo, you'll get to shake the Joy-Con 2 controllers as if they were a pair of maracas. Physics-based calculations are used to make the beads in the maracas behave like real beads. As the beads shake around inside the Joy-Con 2 controllers, rumble to simulate that effect. Move the beads around inside the maracas and see for yourself what HD Rumble 2 is capable of. No thanks, not yet. Get all the stamps. No. Where else would I find them? There's not going to be anything around this edge. Oh, I guess I didn't get the shoulder buttons. Which probably, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, and the minus. Oh, there we go. Let's return the lost item. Did I get anything for that? Sure. Oh, okay. Okay. These HD Rumble 2 parts for the Switch 2 console are different from the HD Rumble parts for the Nintendo Switch console. In fact, these parts have been custom built from the ground up. They're housed within both the Joy-Con 2 and Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. In order to fit inside both the Joy-Con 2 and Switch 2 Pro controller, they had to undergo even further separate customization. HD Rumble 2 has been designed from the ground up and has been further customized to fit both the Joy-Con 2 and Pro controller. A little tricky? Oh, are there like difficulty settings for... No, some of them have one. I don't know what that was about. So have you decided what you're digging into first yet, Lan, or... Rumble of the controller is created when magnets and electromagnets shift a weight. The rumble of older Nintendo controllers is created by a motor spinning a weight. When it comes to Nintendo Switch HD Rumble and Nintendo Switch 2 HD Rumble 2, the weight isn't spinning. Instead, it vibrates side to side at a very high speed. This is similar to how some trains use magnets to levitate, allowing them to move at extremely high speeds. Vibrating the weight sideways makes it easier to make it rumble in various ways. Rumble is created using magnets and electromagnets. HD Rumble 2 is created by a weight vibrating sideways. See, I didn't know that. I assumed it was still just a thing that was spinning. Switch 2 console's HD Rumble 2 feature has a range of intensity from very weak vibrations like a gentle touch to much stronger vibrations. At maximum strength, the sensation will be much stronger than the HD Rumble on Nintendo Switch. However, strong vibrations won't be used the whole time you're playing a game. Rather, the powerful rumble is reserved for specific moments where it makes the most sense. Probably because it uses the most battery life, too. It's a range of vibration from weak to strong. It can be very strong at maximum power, but won't be constant. When 2 controllers rumble in your hands, they've been designed to transmit this sensation directly, no matter how you're holding them. It's because the HD Rumble 2 parts are directly attached to the plastic on the back. Parts being so close to where your hands are holding the controllers makes the vibrations easier to feel. Attached to the plastic on the backs of the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Yes. Each part of the console is shown in the image. The microphone, the mouse sensor, HD Rumble 2. I wonder how silly is that. Like, the microphone? Really? I don't think the controllers have microphones on them. Wonder how silly some of the options are gonna get. How does the weight used for HD Rumble 2 feature move? Shakes from side to side. It actually stays still. I wonder, I imagine nothing funny happens if you answer the wrong ones. Which of the following is true of the strength of the HD Rumble 2 feature? It's always strong, it's always weak. It can be either strong or weak. The Joy-Con 2 controllers, what are the HD Rumble 2 parts attached to? They're not attached to anything. Yeah, they're just loose in there. Let's go back. I sure do. Oh. %. Hello. Learn about Joy-Con 2 controller mouse sensors here. Discover how they ended up behaving like a mouse, their function beyond typical mice, and more. Not sure yet. Sounds like you have a lot of options, so it's probably going to be hard to decide. Joy-Con 2. I'll try the right stick. Hold on. There we use the mouse. This allows you to play games that are designed to be played with a cursor. Of course, there's more to move than just an arrow. This opens up new ways to play games as compared with Nintendo Switch. By the way, you might find it easier to hold the Joy-Con 2 like this. Mouse controls that you play games are designed to be played with a cursor on Nintendo Switch too. You know what I want to, what I'm excited for? I won't even say want to see because it's a sure thing that they're going to make one. Whenever they make new Picross games, because I bet they're going to have cursor controls, which will be pretty cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Mice are typically designed to be used on desks or tables. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls, however, can also be used on other surfaces, such as your legs. Mouse responsiveness may vary depending on the surface. This means that you don't always have to be near a desk or table surface. You'll be able to use the mouse even while sitting on a sofa. But you do have to be wearing pants, I've heard is a thing. Mouse sensor is located on each Joy-Con 2 controller. This is one right here. Truth is, they're actually black and white cameras with a resolution of just a handful of pixels. It's fewer pixels than the Nintendo Switch IR motion camera. It's even fewer than the old Game Boy camera. Yo, Game Boy camera mention! So how are these cameras used? They check the surface they're on to see the direction and distance they've moved. This is then translated into mouse movement. Fun fact, they can capture thousands of photos in a single second. This number may vary depending on the speed of the movement. This allows the mouse to capture some very precise movement. I'm gonna be honest, is that how normal mice work? I don't question this. That's why I find this sort of stuff so interesting, because I think it's normal. I would assume that most people don't even question how this stuff works. They just know that it works. When you're using mouse controls, the Joy-Con 2 controller doesn't just act as a mouse. There's a host of other things it can do. For instance, the gyroscope and mouse can work together to determine which way and by how much you've turned something. This means that you can use the mouse to grab and rotate objects in certain games. Also, mouse can work together with the HD rumble too. This lets you feel different kinds of rumble as you move the cursor around. And that's not all. They both have built-in mouse sensors, so two people can play together with mouse controls, or you can control two mice at once, one in each hand. I feel like that has a lot of potential. So you see, there's a lot to mouse controls. Just alongside the gyroscope and rumble features, two-player or single-player controls are also possible. Well then, now that you're all up to speed, here's a quiz for you. Hit me! In what way can you play games using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? By nibbling on cheese. We're not quite to that level of technology yet. Don't just have to be used on desks and tables. Where else can they be used? In midair, underwater, on glass windows. All incredibly wrong. I used to have a glass desk. Mice do not work. Which numbered area on the Joy-Con controller shown indicates the mouse sensor? Starting. What does gyroscope allow you to do with the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? You can take fancy photos of the mouse and compete in art competition. What? You can battle mice against each other. You can locate nearby sandwich shops. Yo, what if you could battle the mice against each other? I feel, again, there's potential there. Oh, was the PS4 struggling in heat? Right. How are you enjoying the insights quizzes? I feel like I can give you some very special insights. You can actually use mouse controls in the Nintendo Switch home menu. Go to the home menu, place a Joy-Con 2 controller on a surface, holding it as you would a mouse, and it will change to mouse controls. There's so much more to discover about Nintendo Switch 2. I hope you'll take the time to find it all. Whoops. That's not the home button. Demonstration time. There it is. I don't remember if I showed this yesterday, so I guess it's cool that this is... that they gave me an opportunity to do so. What if it did help you find sandwiches? That would be nice. Oh shit, there's another quiz down there. I was like, I knew there was another one, I just couldn't remember where it was. Learn about attaching and detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Here, you'll find out how they attach to the console, that you can actually attach them backwards, and more. It is real easy. To detach Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Nintendo Switch console, simply press the release buttons and they'll come off in an instant. You'll be able to detach them even if the console is in the dock. What's more, you can detach each one with a single hand. To attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers, simply bring them near the console. They do kind of just like, the magnets just kind of like pull them in too. They're easy to both detach and attach. I noticed that with the grip as well, that it's like you don't really have to be careful about like lining them up or anything. It just kind of like pulls them into where they need to be. Do you know how the Joy-Con 2 controllers attach to the console? They use magnets. Unlike Nintendo Switch, there's no locking mechanism to prevent the controllers from being detached. The only thing keeping them connected is the force of the magnets. Here's a fun fact about the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Each controller can be attached to the opposite side of the console. They can even be attached backwards. However, this orientation is not recommended. Joy-Con 2 controllers won't charge when attached this way. Okay. There could be gameplay implications there, though, to be honest. I feel like you could do something with that. Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console magnetically, but just where are these magnets? Well, they're on the main body of the console. Joy-Con 2 controllers don't have any magnets that attach to the console. The SL and SR buttons are made of steel. Magnets on the console attract the SR buttons. Hey, Riley. How's it doing? I think little quizzes in order. Quizzes is in. If you've read all the insights, this should be no problem for you. Hit me. Better. Which of the following is used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Through telekinesis. Obviously. You haven't even told me about the C button yet. I'm surprised they didn't give them, like... They didn't call them, like, the RL buttons or something. Like, they didn't call them something. They're just release buttons. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Glue, magnets, a locking mechanism, or love? I mean, I think a little bit of love was involved. You see, when a Nintendo Switch 2 console and a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con 2 controller love each other very much. Sorry. Which ways can the Joy-Con 2 controllers be attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. On either side, backwards, all of the above, none of the above. Where are the magnets that keep the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Man, everything is a mouthful. That's like a minor thing, because it doesn't really matter too much, and we're just all going to abbreviate and just call it Switch and Joy-Con, and like we're not going to use these full names, but the full names are such mouthfuls. In the console and the Joy-Con 2 controllers, in both, there are no magnets. It was all a lie. What a legend. You got all the answers correct. 68%. Demo? I mean, you guys aren't going to be able to experience this. It's the sad thing, but I can check it out quick. This exhibit requires shaking the Joy-Con 2 controllers, attach the straps, and allow adequate room around you during gameplay. Shake the beads 20 times, change appearance, shake a rubber ball 20 times, gently roll the beads, question marks. Gently roll the beads. Like that. That is crazy how much different that feels. Oh. I did it. Honestly, I don't find the part with the beads all that impressive. But the rubber ball feels... That actually feels like there's something bouncing around in the controller. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. Yeah, metal. Collecting clear metals, huh? Oh, hey, looks like you just got your first medal. I've already got 5. Yep, I'm pretty good at this stuff. Shut up, kid. No one asked. Except you have more to talk about, so I am gonna ask. I come here every day. Nobody's gonna get more clear medals than me. I mean, there's only so many, so... How are there that many minigames when there's only 2? Mouse controls allow you to move your character more quickly and accurately than control sticks. In this minigame, there'll be lots of spiked balls falling from the sky, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. You'll need to use your mouse skills to dodge gracefully and weave tactically around them. So it requires mouse controls. So I guess I do want the straps back on for these, because I think they're just supposed to make the movement feel a little cleaner. But I probably don't need both of them, do I? Oh god. No. You'll never take me alive. Come on, that's all you got? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh! Easy. That's okay. Oh. Okay. No! That one juked me. Unfair. The one thing I don't really love about the mice... Well, this is explicitly with the straps, I guess. Having the strap under my wrist feels weird. Like, I don't like that. Because naturally, your wrist is gonna rest on the desk, right? Except now there's a strap under it. Like, that just feels off. I don't like that. I didn't see that one. I don't know what that is. Is that hockey, Riley? That's right, you're at your parents this weekend, right? And they usually watch that stuff, right? I think. Oh, so many. 31? Shut up, kid. No one asked. 31 metal, alright. Minigame will showcase some of what the HD Rumble 2 feature can do. You're likely aware the HD Rumble 2 can produce very strong vibrations. This minigame will allow you to experience these strong vibrations firsthand. Move the mouse from side to side and the vibration will change in strength. Try to find where the vibration is strongest. Oh, I have to select. Okay. Oh, under 20? Okay. That was close. Daw. Yeah. Oh, just enough. Okay. On 2 axes. Is that how you spell axes? Isn't it spelled with an I? That's just axes. Maybe it's the same. Either way. This one's probably going to be pretty tough. Yo! Never mind, it's the easiest game I've ever played in my life. Oh, it was just your city's team, that's right. Is that one of those things where, like, you don't particularly care too much until it's your team, and then you're like, yo, Pog? Or is it even just for you that it's because your parents are watching it that you're like, yeah, I'll partake? 30, okay. Okay, so there is more here later. 87%. Okay, I think we're done here for now. On to area B. I sure did. A little slippery, so watch your step. Oh, we're on the screen. I understand. Oh, it is slippery. Pick any of the exhibits you visited before and zip right to it. This area's pretty big. It might be best to move around using the map. Ah, I see. It's a minigame where you need to guess the frame rate? Yeah, right. There's no way. So you get clear medals for playing minigames and tech demos, and the better you do at a minigame, the more medals you get. You're just pumped! Let's fucking go! My sixth sense, it speaks to me. It's saying there's a hidden stamp near here. Is there? Can I go down there? Oh, I can. Hello. I thought we'd get to take a look around somewhere like this. I'm going to check out every inch of this place, corner to corner, top to bottom. Good for you. Magnetic connector left. Right. Hello. I'm so down with HDR compatibility. Things you'd never hear anyone say. Wow. Wow. Oh, you can hit down on the right stick to zoom out too. USB. Ah. Air intake. Speaker. Might be a little lost, so that's right. I forgot you can tilt R down for a good look around. Yeah, I just learned that. Thank you. Can't stop thinking about that staff member who talked like a poet. My hands continued to tremble as I handed the controllers back. Oh, the same team you're up against tonight? Sweet, sweet vengeance. I'd love to learn, so I'm just focusing on reading all the insights. I'm glad you can get from area to area just by collecting stamps. It's between you and me, let me tell you a little trick. Sometimes a minigame might feel just impossible, right? Maybe you can't get into a tech demo because you don't have a 4K compatible TV or some other piece of equipment. Well, in those situations, stand near the staff member and press Y in this pattern. SOS. Give you however many skip medals you need to clear the exhibition. Give it a try if you're really stuck. Think if this is my own little insight for you. That could be handy. So you can use your medals to unlock minigames. Interesting. Stand as light and robust as extra super Duralumin. It's my favorite kind of Duralumin. Never thought I'd hear that around these parts. I never thought I'd hear anything you just said around these parts. Vacuum cleaner and hairdryer noises were totally gone. That is wild. Huh? Huh? This place looks pretty slippery, but also kind of fun. Let's give it a shot. So that's where you can check out this noise reduction business, huh? Learning an insight that the sound of clapping specifically doesn't get removed. That sure came out of left field. What are they talking about? Talking to the staff members is a good idea, even if you don't have enough medals to play. It'll add the exhibit to your map so you can quickly check how many medals you need to play. That's the good idea. It is a very big screen. It's true. I haven't really played it handheld, but I need to do that, actually, just to kind of experience it. Are there? Oh. Ooh, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff up there. That makes sense. Right. Headphone jack. I found out when setting the console up that it has Bluetooth headphone support now too. Microphone. Right. Oh, so that's what they were talking about with noise canceling. Right. I see a lost item. Oh, it's a book? Who brings a book to a place like this? What are you doing? Air vent. Brightness sensor. Ah. I didn't know that was there. Volume buttons. Power button. Alright, tech demos. I will, in fact, not be able to do the 4K one. Oh. Oh, no, let's do these first. About the particulars of the stand, such as why it's U-shaped. Sure. Oh, okay. So even gonna be a quiz? Stand on the back of the console. You can use it to prop the console up. The angle that the console sits at can be adjusted freely. Starting from a fully closed position, the stand opens up to 150 degrees. Fix it in place at any point within this range. Nintendo Switch 2 console's stand has a different shape from the Nintendo Switch consoles. The OLED model is pictured. Oh, did that have a different stand? For Switch 2, we've made it U-shaped and left more space in the middle. This allowed us to make the fan and battery bigger and add new antennas. As a result, the console is now able to perform more calculations. One more thing about this stand, it's made of an aluminum alloy, which is very light and robust. It's about as light and robust as a material known as extra super duralumin, which is used in airplanes and spacecrafts. What is the shape of the Nintendo Switch 2 console's stand? Yeah, that looks right. It's a Wii U? What is that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like, it has a Wii U branding on it. Like, I don't have a Wii U stand like that. The aluminum alloy used in the Nintendo Switch 2 console stand is roughly as light and robust as which other material? Extra super duralumin. Don't get it twisted. Speakers, sure. Tightly sealed box. Nintendo Switch 2 speaker parts haven't actually changed. They're the same speaker parts that were used in the Nintendo Switch OLED model. They function a little better on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. They produce better sound. This is because the speaker parts are placed in a box. They made sure that all sides of the box were tightly sealed except for the front. If there's a gap where sound can leak out, it may cancel out the sound from the front, where it may come out muffled. Sound may be distorted and not come out as intended, even though the console uses the same speaker parts as before. The tightly sealed gaps around them make the sounds come out more accurately. Makes sense. If you look at the box containing the Nintendo Switch 2 speaker parts, you'll see there are spongy cushions attached on the top and bottom. They firmly sandwich the box. Because of this, other parts won't shake around along with the box. If the other parts were to end up shaking, the sound would get muddied and wouldn't come out as intended. Playing data accurate sounds. Speakers are parts that turn sound data into sound. When that sound enters your ears for various reasons, it doesn't sound exactly like the original data. On Nintendo Switch 2 console, in order to make the sound close to the original data, we edit the sound that's played through the speakers. Recorded and analyzed the sound of the speakers, and calculated how to edit the sound in advance. Nintendo Switch 2 is a faster computer, as such it is able to process sounds in high quality. By the way, the Nintendo Switch 2 speakers are designed to fit as tightly as possible inside the console. Because of this, they actually slope diagonally downward a little. By editing the sound, we managed to make it sound as if the speakers are facing forward. What is it about the box that houses the speakers inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console that helps it produce sound as accurately as possible? It's tightly sealed on all sides but the front. It's filled with water. It's made out of rubber. It's punched with tiny holes. The box that houses the speakers in the Nintendo Switch 2 console is sandwiched by which objects? Clothespins, metal plates, cushions, thin slices of bread. Where's, like, the chewing gum option? In which direction do the speakers inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console point? Diagonally downward. Goddamn right, I'm a pro at speaker trivia. Fuck you think I am? Skirt. Fuck you. Been getting medals from minigames and tech demos. If you're going to hop back to the last area to get some more medals, you should use the map. Can't tell me what to do. Skirt. Find out how clear and smooth the display is, as well as concepts like HDR, VRR. I have no idea what VRR is. 120 Hz and more. I feel like this is actually kind of cool because I feel like a lot of people probably don't know what any of this shit means. Like, how many people do you think don't know what 4K is, but they just kind of like they just lean into the hype because that's what everyone is hyped about? If you could zoom in really close to the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen, you'd see that it's made up of lots of little dots. These dots are called pixels. There are 1920 horizontally and 1080 vertically, to be precise. This is also called 1920 by 1080 resolution. That's 2.25 times the resolution of the Nintendo Switch console. In fact, it's the highest resolution ever used on a Nintendo console. As for the size of the pixels, they're the smallest of any Nintendo console to date. Having the most pixels and the smallest pixels provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Nintendo Switch 2 screen can produce some very bright light. You could also say the screen is HDR compatible. HDR here stands for High Dynamic Range. Nintendo Switch console has approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions of different types of light and color. In games that support HDR, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that this image is just for reference. In the non-HDR image, there's very little difference in brightness between the most vivid parts of the explosion and the area around it. Meanwhile, in the HDR image, the brighter areas can shine very brightly, while the darker parts remain unchanged. Don't worry, we took care not to make it too bright. Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can change images at high speeds, up to 120 times per second, in fact. So we can say that the screen is 120 Hz compatible. The faster the pictures change, the smoother the movement will appear. Nintendo Switch console screen changes images up to 60 times per second. So a rate of 120 times per second will mean that the movement looks twice as smooth. Image shown is just an example, but for games that support 120 Hz, mouse movements will appear smoother. Using the right stick to look around will feel smoother, and scrolling the screen will feel smoother. But that's not the only benefit of playing games that support 120 Hz. Can you even tell a difference on capture? You can. Not as much as I can, but you can still see a difference. It's subtle though on the capture, I think. World appears to you 1/120th of a second faster, which could give you an advantage during very intense gameplay. Here's another thing about the Switch 2 console's screen. It can make games feel less choppy. You could also say the screen is VRR compatible. VRR is a variable refresh rate. I know that, I just haven't heard it called VRR, I guess. When you're playing a game and a lot of characters appear on the screen... Oh god. Frame rate can become choppy. Here's what's happening. It takes a little longer than normal to draw each picture. Because of this, the pictures aren't ready in time when they're meant to be updated on the screen. So if the image has been changing 60 times every second, even a slight delay would skew the timing. Suddenly, the pictures would update at half the rate, only 30 times per second. You can see why a game might feel choppy. So in games that support VRR, the update rate can be changed on the fly to match the image completion rate. If it takes a little longer to draw the image, the update rate can be changed to 55 times per second. This is better than suddenly dropping to half the rate, so it's less likely to feel choppy. This all means that some players find VRR-compatible games comfortable to play. Note, this video is purely for reference. Whoops. The Switch 2 console's screen does more than just display images. It's also a touch screen that you can use with your fingers. It's designed to recognize where you touch the screen. When you're touching with two fingers, it can tell if your fingers are close together or farther apart. This all might be familiar already, but there's a little more to this. Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen can tell the position of up to 10 fingers at the same time. Could the Switch 1 do any of that? I don't think so, right? I think it has a touchscreen, but I don't think it can even detect two fingers at once. Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is made up of lots of tiny bits. What are they called? Capsules, axles, pixels, pickles. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen display by enabling HDR? Three-dimensional image, that'd be pretty cool. Smooth movement, pixel art, bright light. What is the maximum number of times that the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can change from one picture to another in the space of 1 second? Which feature is the Nintendo Switch 2 console compatible with in order to make the screen feel less choppy? How many points can be tracked on the Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen at the same time? What do you want, lady? Change mouse sensitivity, level sensitivity you choose will be reflected here in the welcome tour. Feel free to customize the cursor speed if it'll help. There's some of the main games right here. Ooh. I did notice that was a setting. I guess we can go and do the tech demos while we're wandering around here too. HDR stands for high dynamic range. It's a way of producing heaps of color and light. Explosions, nightscapes, all that good stuff should look nice and shiny on the screen. This particular HDR demo lets you experience fireworks. It should feel like they really pop. You can see just how the fireworks change by toggling the HDR on or off. Oh yeah, I've been instructed to tell visitors that the brightness will depend on your TV's HDR capabilities. I don't even know how this is gonna look on capture. Please switch to tabletop mode or handheld mode or connect an HDR compatible. Oh, is my monitor not even HDR? Alright, never mind. I think this one was 4K, so... You can try the Super Mario Brothers demo here. The 4K image on the Nintendo Switch 2 console right now is made up of lots of different pixels. Images on the old NES or Famicom had far fewer pixels than this. If you try to display each pixel from back then with pixels on a modern 4K image, there's a massive difference. The game screen ends up looking super small. One look at World 1-1 from Super Mario Brothers tells you all you need to know. But yeah, I don't have 4K, so... Okay, or sure, I guess. I don't know if I really have... I could go get the small vacuum. Except it requires stick and button controls. Record audio, play back your recording. Nintendo Switch 2 console's microphone aims to reduce noise and leave only people's voices. Okay, hold on. I'll go get the small vacuum. This is gonna be so goofy. I don't know how well this is gonna work because of like. Well, I guess we'll find. I guess we'll find out. We'll see how. Because like I'm not like right next to the microphone, so I'm curious what the quality is even gonna sound like. Try speaking in a noisy environment. Maybe run a vacuum cleaner to make some noise. I don't know what this is gonna sound like on stream. Say something into the microphone. Play back your recording and check whether the noise has been reduced.
Say something into the microphone.
I mean, the quality doesn't seem that good, but I couldn't hear the vacuum at all. But yeah, sounds very wind tunnely.
Say something into the microphone.
That sounds like I'm speaking through a Pringles can. Learn about the microphone here. I guess I could still do the HDR one in handheld mode. You guys won't be able to see it. Nintendo Switch 2 console has a built-in microphone designed to improve the game chat experience. Aside from the microphone, the console also contains a chip which makes people's voices easier to hear. This is handy for when you want to chat as you play. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier to hear. One way it does so is by reducing the noise around you. This is called noise reduction. Nintendo Switch 2 console uses a form of noise reduction that's been customized for playing games. This noise reduction function doesn't just focus on spoken words. It's also designed to preserve mood and emotions. Take the sound of clapping. If you just wanted to convey words, this sound would be treated as noise and reduced. We've balanced this so that the clapping doesn't go away, letting you immerse in the vibrant, positive atmosphere. It's a form of noise reduction designed for playing games. Interesting. Whoops.
Noisy console sounds. Console chips are designed to make voices easier. Yeah. One way it does so is by reducing unwanted background noise, such as the sound of a vacuum cleaner.
But that's not all. It also picks up sounds for the console itself. For example, picks up the sound from the Nintendo Switch 2 console's air vent. The air vent is positioned right next to the microphone, so it ends up being much louder than a person's voice. With the chip, the loud noise is completely erased. Also, it even removes the snapping noise that you hear when you attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the main body. It's been designed to reduce as much external noise as possible so that others can hear you. Console's chip is... Why do they all start with that? One way it does so is by removing game sounds that the microphone picks up from the TV or from the console speakers. If it didn't do this, it would be hard to hear what's being said in game chat as people talk back and forth. It would be really awful to listen to like that, yeah. It can get noisy with all the overlapping sounds. Noise that gets re-amplified like this is called feedback. This chip does its best to remove these game sounds and prevent feedback. This is why people having headphones on Discord is important, because otherwise you will hear yourself talking through their speakers. Discord tries to eliminate some of that itself, but it can't get all of it. This chip does its best to remove these game sounds to prevent feedback, although realistically, there could be all sorts of sounds coming out of a TV. These sounds can vary depending on the TV and the specific setup of your home, so removing them can be difficult. For that reason, game sounds are also sent to the chip. This chip selectively removes these sounds based on the sound quality and acoustics. All for the sake of game chat. Console's chip is designed to make... If some people are quieter than others in game chat, it might make them difficult to pick out. Chip automatically makes it so that each voice can be heard at roughly the same volume. Of course, some people are naturally going to sound louder than others. But even more importantly, voice volume differs depending on the mode. In handheld mode, the console will be close to you, delivering sound straight into the microphone. In TV mode, however, the dock can be relatively far away, which means the mic may have trouble picking up sound. Whether someone's up close in handheld mode or sitting on the sofa far away from the TV in TV mode, you'll be able to hear people's voices at about the same volume. On top of that, even if there are several people in front of the TV all talking loudly, the chip takes account of their individual voices and balances out their volumes. All for the interest of game chat that I feel like a lot of people are maybe not going to use. Maybe I'm wrong. Which component design for game chat? A tiny conversation partner. That would be interesting. Built-in chip removes noise to make voices easier for you to hear, but one type of sound is not removed to provide a more enjoyable experience. Which one? Sound of rain? I mean, that should be a priority. Food blender noise, vacuum cleaner noise, clapping. The chip that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear removes a buzzing noise from the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Where does this noise come from? Bees! Fan. Oh god, this again? Chip in the Nintendo... God, it's so hard to even, like, focus on reading when I'm listening to that. It's so rough. Feedback is so distracting. Chip in the Nintendo Switch 2 console is designed to make your voice easier to hear. Remove sound from the speakers to avoid which phenomenon? Callback, playback, feedback, payback.
Balances out which aspect of people talking in game chat. The size of their mouths, the volume of their voices, the pitch of their voices. Probably all of them, realistically. Because, like, the size of your mouth is going to affect the volume of your voice, I would assume. I guess pitch correction isn't something that they would build in. Learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console's red game cards, the game card slot, and some other stuff. I don't know how I feel about the design decision to give this whole area ice physics. If you take a peek inside a Nintendo Switch 2 game card, you'll see it's quite different from a Nintendo Switch game card. Its data can be read in a different way. Assuming a buffer size of 4 MB, the read speed is about 5 times faster than that of a Nintendo Switch game card. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading, so it's not guaranteed to load around 5 times faster. Also, Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have a higher total capacity than Nintendo Switch game cards, so the contents of these game cards are really quite different. There are 2 different colors of game card. Nintendo Switch game cards are black, while Nintendo Switch 2 game cards are red. Other than the colors, they look practically the same in terms of size and shape. There's actually one more difference.
Can I see it without them telling it to me? Not really. Oh, there's a little notch on the lower right side. Yeah! Nintendo Switch game card has a distinct shape. When the game card is inserted into a game card slot, the Nintendo Switch 2 console checks to see if the game card has this shape. This is how it tells the difference between game cards. It changes the way it reads the data based on this. Interesting. Nintendo Switch 2 console has a game card slot, but it doesn't just take red Nintendo Switch 2 game cards. It can also insert... I feel like you should have led with this one, and then... Anyway. In addition to being able to play games that are exclusive to Switch 2, you can also play Switch games. Certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported on or fully compatible with Switch 2. You can play many different games on Nintendo Switch 2. Quiz me. Yeah, I was watching a speedrunner this morning that ran Donkey Kong Country Returns HD on the Switch 2. He got a 13-minute PB and stole world record just from improved load times. And that game didn't even get a patch or anything. Like, the games just run better on Switch 2. Like, even without the updates. We talked about this briefly yesterday. What do Switch 2 game cards have more of than Nintendo Switch game cards? Capacity. What is the purpose of the Nintendo Switch 2 game card's distinct shape? I wonder if they still taste bad. What kind of game cards can be inserted into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Yes. Yeah, I saw people joking that it's almost like Donkey Kong Country Returns HD was designed with the Switch 2 in mind to begin with. Like, because that's how much faster it runs. Okay. 76%. And I did the tech demos, so it's just the mini games. I hope I can do all of those. I fear that some of them might be like touchscreen related.
Ah, fuck. So it's Twister, but on the touchscreen? Alright, well, unfortunately, since it's touchscreen, I don't want to do it on stream, because you guys won't be able to see anything. Spot the difference between pairs of videos. The image shown on screen when you play a game changes rapidly. We call the rate at which it changes the frame rate, which is measured in frames per second. Higher the frame rate, the smoother the game will look. Switch 2 can reach up to 120 FPS. Can you tell the smoothness of 120 apart from other frame rates? I'm pretty sure my TV has 120. But I guess not. I thought for sure it did. Are those the only 2 minigames here? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so we're just heading on, moving to the next area then. I could have sworn my TV... I guess this TV is pretty old. I have been wanting a new TV, so it's something to look for. Eh. Oh, there's a little staircase over there. Quack. Quack. What? That's annoying. You know, I think the camera actually is, I think I actually do want it to be inverted. Or non-inverted. I don't know, that feels wrong, too. No, that also feels wrong. I guess I might as well just go ahead and take that back, then. Nope. Hello. What, you don't want to play the minigames, kid? What's wrong with you?
Okay. Sneaky little shits. Wasn't expecting you the console stand for a game. Oh, well, I'm not gonna be able to do that one then. Nope, I'm working on it. Don't rush me. Rumble Pack is a blast from the past. That thing really added a jolt to my gameplay experience. I don't know if I've ever had a G Fuel. I feel like I probably have, but it's probably a long time ago. How does it make sound when the volume's muted? It's so strange. I want another go. This is going to be another thing that you guys probably aren't going to be able to hear too well. No, I didn't get an SD card. I think the basic storage is probably going to be enough. I think the basic storage is as big as the storage I had for the Switch 1, and I, like, only just filled that up, like, recently. Switch 2 systems HD Rumble 2 feature can produce sound. And I didn't do a system transfer, so I'm basically, it's all open anyway. Experience firsthand how these vibrations turn into sound. You can't tell me what to do. You could just make it not make sound. Whoa. Yeah, even holding the Joy-Con next to the microphone, you guys can't hear it. But it sounds like it's a Mario coin being picked up. Like, how the hell? Can you hear that? Maybe barely? Maybe only if I'm talking when I do it? How are they doing that with HD Rumble? That's crazy. There's a much greater range of Rumble. Go ahead and experiment with the sounds. I'm playing now, I forgot to set the volume back to how it was. Like, it's still pretty subtle, so yeah, I don't think you guys can really hear it. Unless, like, maybe when I'm talking. Like, my microphone noise canceling is probably killing it. That's wild. I know that Switch 2, like, it could make sounds by, like, rumbling on a surface, but I think this is new. You could hear it when I was talking. Yeah, it's probably not loud enough for noise canceling to pick up on. When the Joy-Con 2 controllers connect to the Switch 2 console, the magnets in the console's main body attract the SLSR buttons. There are a couple of reasons for this. For one, it makes the Joy-Con 2 controllers more difficult to detach. The SL, SR buttons pop out ever so slightly when being pulled in by the magnets. This helps them attach snugly to the magnets. They have room to move a little in multiple directions. This makes them more difficult to detach even if you try to wiggle them around. Has hidden openings on it, like this one here. This gives the magnets room to stick out. The openings are covered with a sheet of material that's around 0.2 millimeters thick. The closer a magnet is to what it's attracted to, the stronger the force. That's why each one is covered with such a thin sheet. Why the gap? If you look closely at where the Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the console, I noticed this on the Joy-Con grip as well, that there's like a little bit of a gap. It's actually a very important reason for this gap. It makes it harder to detach the Joy-Con 2. Without this gap, if you tried to twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers, the principle of leverage would make it easier to detach. Even the tiniest of gaps is there for a reason. I guess that makes sense. Connectors on the Nintendo Switch 2 console are what connect the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console. You may think they look a little flimsy at first, but you can rest assured that the connectors have been designed to be safely used for a long time. First of all, the colored parts of the Joy-Con 2 controllers slot firmly into the console, while the connectors on the console and controllers loosely attach. This is still enough to connect them, however. As a result, even if you twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, force will be first applied to the colored parts of the controllers. This makes it difficult to apply force to the actual connectors. What's more, even if you do forcefully twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, there's actually a little leeway for the connectors to move around. Since the connectors move in the direction that they're twisted, it's harder to apply force to them. I'm surprised they didn't have a, despite this, don't fucking do that warning on there. What happens to the SL/SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers when they're attached to the Nintendo Switch console? They stick out a bit. Roughly how thin are the sheets of material that cover the magnets in the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Gap between the console and Joy-Con 2 controllers affects the controllers in what way? I almost feel like they should give you these quizzes when you leave the area. Because then you're kind of not... I mean, I guess they weren't really designing them to be challenging quizzes, I guess is the thing. But it's pretty easy to be quizzed on something that you just learned, is kind of my point. Become harder to detach. In what way is this connector on the console fitted loosely? Boing. I'm surprised they don't illustrate. So you see like there's like a donut shape there, right? And then there's like that the circle in the middle. When you push the release button, that's what pops out to make them disconnect. Surprised they haven't like highlighted. Maybe that's what they're gonna do here actually. No, this is mouse sensor. Nintendo mice of the past. Mario Paint mentioned. Mouse sensor doesn't have just a camera. It also has a light. This invisible light known as infrared light is used to illuminate surfaces such as a table or your lap. Fun fact about this invisible light, it may become visible when viewed through a smartphone camera. Normally, a mouse's camera focuses so it can clearly reflect an immediate area. However, this is not the case for the Joy-Con 2. This is because the height of the Joy-Con 2 changes slightly depending on if a strap is attached or not. True. This is enough to blur the focus, preventing the camera from capturing the surface clearly. So in order to focus with or without the strap, it includes a custom lens. That's the sort of engineering crap that blows my fucking mind. That's like... That can't adjust the height that much, but it was still enough that they had to account for it, you know? They had to think of that. Here on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, we applied 2 small sheets. These sheets are called mouse feet. Mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 easier to slide around. Suddenly, it's a mouse. Joy-Con 2 controller can function like a mouse when you stand it on a surface, such as a desk. It reverts back to the typical controller when you pick it up. You can experience this in games that support mouse controls. The console analyzes the data from the mouse sensors and accelerometer. It uses the data to check whether the Joy-Con 2 controller has been placed on a surface or if it's being held in the air. The home menu supports mouse controls, so you can give it a try there. I'm overly fascinated by the fact that you can just put it down and it just becomes a mouse. Like, that's just nutty to me. Long ago, Nintendo used to sell its own mice. There was the Super NES mouse in 1992. Yeah, there it is. The Nintendo 64 mouse exclusive to Japan in 99. I didn't even know that existed. Incidentally, mice of old used a ball which rolled around inside. Nowadays, mice are far easier to use. There's no need to roll balls all over the place. God, cleaning those things was not a good time. Mouse sensor not only uses a camera, but also which of the following? Ultrasonic microphone. That sounds right. A certain part of the mouse sensor has been customized to be different from a standard mouse. Which of the following parts is it? The film reel. What is the function of the 2 small sheets? To help it slide better. I'm disappointed that there aren't more funny answers. You can use the Joy-Con 2 as a mouse simply by placing it on a surface. How do you change it back to a regular controller? Press the A and up buttons at the same time. Lift it off of the surface. Say change back please into the console microphone. Ask a friend for help. There's some funny answers, but a lot of them are just kind of like, eh. Which year did Nintendo release its very first mouse? Oh, fuck. Was it 92, I think? I'm really bad with dates. Like, even you told me this like 45 seconds ago, and it's already gone. It's either 92 or 96. I want to say 92. The N64 one was 99. I remember that. I'm so bad with dates. What do you want, lady? Nope, you don't understand. Go system settings via the home menu. You'll find a variety of accessibility options: text size, bold, text high, contrast, text to speech. Yeah, I did see all those, which I'm not using myself, but I appreciate that they're there. And more, including the option change speech text during game chat. You can adjust all of these settings however you like, so be sure to give them a look. Do I have all the stamps? I'm still missing one. What am I missing? Oh, there's probably one for the infrared on the bottom. No? Is there not infrared on the bottom of these, come to think of it? There might not be. I guess what was it actually used for on the first one? Oh, so I guess that would be a compatibility thing of 1-2 Switch probably doesn't work on Switch 2 unless you're using the normal Joy-Con. Switch 2 System's HD Rumble 2 feature is pretty versatile. It can produce various vibration patterns. Number of vibrations per second can be adjusted in a short amount of time, so the patterns can be complex. Switch System's HD Rumble was limited in the vibrations it could handle, but with HD Rumble 2, all sorts of vibration patterns are possible. It can also reproduce realistic sensations. One aspect of the Switch 2 System's HD Rumble 2 feature is that it's very responsive. As soon as the game sends out a signal to initiate Rumble, the highest intensity of Rumble can be reached in an instant. Its response time is much quicker than with a motor, which creates Rumble by spinning a weight. It's also several times faster than the Switch System's HD Rumble feature. Receiving quick feedback from the Rumble feature like this can feel pretty satisfying. Nintendo Switch 2 System's HD Rumble 2 can do more than create vibrations, it can also create sounds. This is possible because speakers in the HD Rumble 2 feature operate in similar ways. Speakers produce sound by vibrating a soft plate. HD Rumble 2 produces sound by vibrating a weight, which causes the Joy-Con 2 to vibrate in turn. Switch Joy-Con makes sounds too, but the volume and clarity have been improved here. Nintendo's been making controllers with Rumble for a long time. 1997, Nintendo 64 Rumble Pack. And GameCube controller. Wii Remote. Gamepad. I guess, I was gonna say it doesn't show any of the handhelds. I guess the handhelds didn't have any. Except for like a couple of cartridges had Rumble built in. Pokeball Plus. I forgot that existed. Been adding Rumble to controllers and accessories for a long time in order to enhance players' gaming experiences. Which of the following has been newly introduced with the HD Rumble 2 feature? Very complex vibrations, I guess. Out of the HD Rumble and HD Rumble 2 features, which is more responsive? Very foundations of our understanding. I mean, it was technically a weight, wasn't it? So I guess it was I guess it's the controller. I feel like that one's tricky because the N64 controllers weren't built in? Where's the stamp I'm missing? I got all of these buttons. Oh, you know, no, this one didn't have the elevator. It was probably another one down there that I missed.
I mean, I got all the shoulders, didn't I? Got those 2 buttons, I got the stick. Ah. Oh. Oops. I'm gonna do that. There's too many games here. This one I'm not going to be able to do. Well, it's pretty tough. Maybe 3 levels even tougher. Yeah, this one's mouse controls. This one we can do. I'm gonna take a short break before we jump into this one, though. It's a little early, but mostly I'm very hungry, so I'm gonna address that really quick, and then we'll continue in just a couple minutes. So hang tight, and I will be right back.
Got some water. Alright, let's do it. Where do we go without touching the sides? $250? Oh my god. Nope. The strap got stuck on the desk and fucked me up. Yeah, that was me. That was all me. Oh, the strap got stuck again. I don't really like these straps. Not for mouse use. Not for mouse use. Whoop, that was just bad angle. $250's tough, man. Eh. Yeah, so close. No! That was it. That was the run. Nah! That turns tight. Nah. I had a bad beginning position. Oh, that was just way too fast. No! Nope. I think 3 seconds would have been enough. There we go. That's actually pretty tough. And yeah, I don't really like these straps for mouse use. Whoops. Because just like the Switch 1 Joy-Con straps, there's like a plastic bit that you use to like tighten it on your wrist. And just with where, I mean, I guess I could just move that and that would maybe be fine. But with where that is, by default, it's very, it catches on the desk easily. Oh, Lord. Ooh. It's surprisingly difficult. No! I started rushing. Oh my god. Almost. Eh. Oh. Skin of my teeth, as they say.
42? Dear Lord. Okay, I guess that's one to Area D then. It's neat that I'll have some stuff to do off stream with this then too. I don't know, like, I don't know how big I expect this to be. I don't know if we'll potentially get a second stream out of this. Like, I have no idea. Regardless of how badly you may want to see the inside of hardware like a game console or controllers, please do not disassemble any of it. It could be very dangerous to do so. Instead, you can safely observe the interior contents from the safety of this welcome tour. Oh, look at this. Interesting. Hello. Not a lot of people down here. This isn't a minigame or anything, but you know, it's like about super resolution. I don't know if you've heard of that. That's what this attraction's about. It's a type of technology that makes fuzzy, unclear pictures sharp and focused, I think. What do you mean you think? Don't you work here? Detailed parts that aren't drawn in, I guess it guesses and makes them look all pretty and stuff. Mouse controls. Original resolution 360p. Super resolution 1080p. See the UFO in fine detail. Okay. Oh. Lost item. Ah. That's what that is. Underneath the stick. Yeah, hit me. Joy-Con 2 is a computer. The Nintendo Switch 2 system's controllers are called Joy-Con 2, but they're more than just controllers. Each Joy-Con 2 controller contains its own computer that's capable of many functions. For example, it has memory for storing data.
This is why these things are fucking expensive, by the way. For everyone who's like, oh man, controllers are so expensive. Yeah, look at all the fucking shit that's in them.
Files data on certain Joy-Con 2 features. This includes data on the buttons, control sticks, mouse sensors, amiibo, and more. You can send this data to Nintendo Switch 2 via Bluetooth and receive rumble data from the system. This is what allows the HD Rumble 2 feature to feel as great as it does. So you see the Joy-Con 2 is as much a computer as it is a controller. Accelerometer. Each Joy-Con 2 controller has a built-in accelerometer. It's used to detect which way and how far you've moved the controller. To get a little more technical, it determines the direction and the strength of the force acting upon it. Gravity is another type of force which pulls all things on the planet downward. The accelerometer uses gravity to tell which way is down. Combined with the gyroscope, which knows which way you've turned it and by how much, it can work out a lot. For instance, in games where you need to shake the Joy-Con 2 around, it can tell how you've moved it.
I want to download Switch Sports on this and see, like, is the motion better? Because there was definitely some cases when recently playing Switch Sports that I was like, sometimes the gyro just does whatever the fuck it wants and doesn't give a shit what you're doing. I'm curious if these are better. Gyroscope inside the Joy-Con 2 knows which way and by how much you turned the controller. However, it does not know which direction the controller is facing at the start. Before the game starts, the gyroscope takes note of its own orientation for reference. And with the accelerometer knowing which way is down, it can figure out how the Joy-Con was turned and which way it's facing now. That's why calibration is a thing. You're basically setting a new default position.
Which of the following can be found inside the Joy-Con 2 controllers? Hope. If only. What can you tell using the Joy-Con 2 controller's accelerometer? Today's weather, the heart rate of the holder, which hand is holding the controller, which side is facing downward. What can the Joy-Con 2 controller's gyroscope tell you about the controller itself? If it's dizzy or not, which way it's initially facing, how much it was turned and which way. Boink. The inner parts of the R button, ZR button, and release button are somewhere around here. How do they all work? Fancied myself quite the golfer, but this is tough. Maybe I should try again. Minigame combines the gyroscope with the mouse. I wonder what the gameplay's like. HD Rumble 2. Battery. Wonder where that goes. They constantly are, every time, this is a demo, not a minigame. Like, every time you find these. HD Rumble 2 tech demo simulates balls rolling around. HD Rumble 2 is built into both Joy-Con. That means double the rumble. Furthermore, as the vibration moves from one side to the other, it should feel as if the source of the rumble was moving around physically. Yeah! I don't want to go into handheld, because then you guys can't see anything. Did you know there are lots of north and south poles contained within the parts that make up HD Rumble 2? Do you know about Nintendo's history with Rumble and cartridges? Hey, I mentioned this earlier. Look at that. Strong vibrations require strong magnetic forces. As such, Nintendo Switch 2 Systems HD Rumble 2 needs... God, it's such a mouthful. Needs strong magnets. Its magnets are stronger than those used for the Nintendo Switch Systems HD Rumble. However, it's not just a strong magnet. A normal magnet consists of two poles, a north pole and a south pole. But the magnets in HD Rumble 2 have multiple north and south poles. By combining several of these magnets, we get a magnetic force that's stronger than that of a two-pole magnet. If Rumble is too strong, things can get a little noisy. Buttons and other parts may rattle into each other. This isn't ideal, of course, so we took various measures to ensure that it's not too noisy. Parts are attached with double-sided tape. This prevents gaps from forming. Our goal was for you to feel the vibrations as much as possible. Nintendo has been making game cartridges with Rumble for a long time. What's a cartridge? Well, you could say that they're the precursor to modern-day game cards. 1999 Pokemon Pinball, I had that. I don't still have it, I don't think. Yeah, you can see, like, you had to put a battery into the cartridge itself. WarioWare Twisted for the Game Boy Advance, I did not have that. Oh, Drill Dozer had a Rumble? I didn't know that. Nintendo DS Rumble Pack. Didn't know that was a thing. With these cartridges, the cartridge itself was rumbling. What do the magnets held within the HD Rumble 2 parts contain a lot of north and south poles? And two buttons are attached to other parts with double-sided tape, stopping vibration from doing what to the buttons, making the text unreadable, rattling them into other parts, making them fly away. That's... In the past, Nintendo made something pictured here that could vibrate. What was it? Get cartridge. I wonder if the other ones took batteries too. I know Pinball did. The curve on the side of the Joy-Con 2 controller, or about the long L and R buttons. I mean, the long L and R buttons are for the mouse use, I'm pretty sure. Bigger, but still easy to use. As you may have already noticed, the Switch 2 system is larger than the Switch system. For that reason, the Joy-Con controllers are also larger than the Joy-Con controller. The Joy-Con 2 controllers are larger than the Joy-Con controllers. Are they really only that much longer? It feels like they're a lot bigger. We felt that if all we did was make the controllers bigger, they might have become more difficult to use, so we made a number of adjustments to make sure that the new size wouldn't hinder their functionality. For example, making the Joy-Con 2 controllers bigger meant it could be harder for some players to reach the LR buttons and ZL-ZR buttons with their fingers. So we extended the length of these buttons. Oh yeah, the ZR, but the triggers are a lot bigger too. I didn't notice that. Another issue was that the corners on the bottom of the controllers would press into your hands. We solved this by rounding off these corners, smoothing out the angle. In addition to these changes, we tested various button positions, millimeter by millimeter, to make them easy to press. In short, we put a lot of effort to making sure the larger Joy-Con 2 controllers would not be a problem. They're designed to be easy to use, even for people with smaller hands. One way we made the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to hold is by making the L and R buttons longer. This makes these buttons easier to press, even when you're using mouse controls. To make these longer buttons feel satisfying no matter where you press them, we built in two shafts, each of which contain a spring. Go ahead and press the LR buttons in various spots to see how they feel. C button. Joy-Con 2 has a new C button. This lets you quickly access the game chat menu. The name of the button may make you think it's similar to the A, B buttons, but it's actually similar in function to the home button. C button is just a meme, right? Like, I've heard people, like, try to play like they're excited about the C button in game chat, but, like, we're memeing, right? Or are we actually excited about that functionality? A change has been made to the Joy-Con 2 controllers so that they remain easy to use despite their larger size. LR buttons are longer so your fingers can reach them more easily. The number of buttons has been reduced to make them lighter. Sharper angles have been added so your hands can grip them more easily. Special gloves are now provided so that anyone can play. How have the L and R buttons been modified to make them satisfying no matter where you press them? Pleasant sound now plays. Two shaft has been added. Buttons now have bumps and grooves and now require a great deal of force to be able to press. What is the name of the Joy-Con 2 controller's newly added button created for game chat? C button, GC button, chat button, the cha-cha button. A lot of interesting potential with some of those options.
You know, I just realized something. I don't think it's been noticeable on anything. Because it's such a small amount. But I still had the cropping for other M turned on for the capture. So there was like 12 pixels on the left side of the screen that you couldn't see.
Don't know what made me notice that. Talking about how much fun they were having walking around and collecting stamps. Hearing that made my day. Good for you, I guess. Mario Kart streamer friend just got a low scoring stream with Mario Kart World. What, just like low view count? I mean, there's a lot of people playing it. It's one of those frustrating situations that, like, you probably remember me talking about with Monster Hunter, where, like, there are streamers I have on that I follow on Twitch that do not play Nintendo games at all, and even they are playing Mario Kart, and have been for the last, like, couple nights. Like, all the big streamers are going to be milking the shit out of it. It's just an unfortunate reality. Based on speed, not on number of strokes.
I don't like that. But also, like, I have to assume they probably streamed a lot of Mario Kart 8, right? And a lot of people who were watching Mario Kart 8 and playing Mario Kart 8 are probably on the younger side, and they probably were not able to immediately go out and buy a Switch 2, so they might not be interested in watching Mario Kart World because it's just going to give them FOMO, and they're going to be like, fuck, I want to play the game, but I can't. And that's frustrating. So I could see viewership taking, like, a little bit of a hit. And you're probably not going to be seeing much new viewers right now, because, again, everyone is milking the hell out of it. Especially on YouTube. Because YouTube is such a... You can only play these games that are, like... Let's just say confirmed. That's not the word I'm looking for. You know what I mean, though. It's such a play Mario Kart, play Mario Maker, play Splatoon, play Minecraft. It's like, those are like the big games. So it's really going to be milked hard on YouTube. quickly putt the ball into the hole. Oh, God. No! This is hard. Ah, that was way too hard. Nope. No! It was so close. Nope. Yeah. Boom. But yeah, I think... I don't even remember how my Mario Kart stream did yesterday. I think it was just fine. Like, it wasn't great, and it wasn't bad. It was just kind of middle of the road. I'm definitely not going to be... And notice we didn't have anyone coming in yesterday as a new viewer being like, hey, can I play? Like, it did not happen, period, on YouTube or Twitch. I'm definitely not going to be milking the hell out of Mario Kart. Like, we're going to play it again tomorrow, because I'm going to play it with Eno. I might not stream it again until next weekend. Like, it might just be a weekend thing. Especially since the Lies of P DLC came out today. So I'm going to want to make time to play that. Oh, God. Nope, that's too hard. Nope. Can I just start over? Okay. Oh, that was too hard again. Oh. That was just a bad start. Yeah, recalibrate me. My angle's all fucked. Whoops, that was a really bad shot. That's too hard. Nope. Oh, that was almost. Almost. No. No. I don't like this. This is speed-based. Nope. Dude. Whoop. There's no way. It'll balance out, though. Like all things new and trendy, in like 2 weeks, people aren't going to... People who have... This sounds so... I don't know. Also, hey, Freighters, how's it going? How you doing? Good to have you. I hope your stream went well. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Kuwa? Am I saying that right? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? I imagine you were also doing Switch 2 things. It's hard. Oh, that was really close. You're also playing the Welcome Tour? I'm having a good time. I'm a nerd, though, and I like learning stuff, so it's been very interesting. Yeah, crap. That sucked. Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to be like a 2 to 3 hours thing, and then I watched a streamer that was playing it release night, and he was playing for like 5 or 6 hours, and I don't think he even finished. So I was like, oh, I was already planning on getting it. But it was nice to see that there is a bit of meat here. I've had to skip a lot of it, too, because I haven't wanted to go into handheld, and, because then no one can see anything. I also don't have a 4K TV, so I wasn't able to do that, etc., etc. Also, apparently my TV doesn't even have 120 FPS, which I did not know. I assumed it did. It's not that old of a TV. That's a lot of metals. So some of it I'll have to do after the stream, but that's okay. So I think we're done here now. I guess I should go turn this in quick. Yeah, I'll have to do them off stream then, but that's alright. Yeah, I was surprised and glad that I was able to find something close enough. You'll get there eventually. Okay. Hello. How did you make it this far without knowing that you could use mouse controls? Like, how did you get down here? Who let you in? Oh, I'm trying to zoom out. It won't let me. Just couldn't stop myself from playing that minigame, but I got the clear medals, so it was all worth it. Oh, got the straps. Click into strap area. I guess I should put those back on. Which even these, like, they snap on so easily compared to the Joy-Con 1 strap. I'm overall very pleased with the Joy-Con compared to the Joy-Con 1, if you want to call them that. Rubber caps help to muffle the noise produced when the Joy-Con 2 controllers vibrate. Just wait, someday we'll see people speedrunning Welcome Tour. Somehow. I mean, honestly, like, if you're, like, a kid and this is, like, you know, like, the first big game console release that you've ever experienced, like, maybe you already had, like, a Switch growing up for the past, like, 8 years, and you want to get into speedrunning, like, this game, just doing the stamp rally would be, like, a great baby's first speedrun. Probably be just a couple of minutes long. Cover wraps around where the strap ends meet. Oh good, there's one for the left one too. Yeah, I was thinking for tomorrow, so I'm gonna be playing Mario Kart tomorrow with my friend Eno, and we streamed Mario Kart 8 when it came out on the Wii U, and that was like 11 years ago. And I don't know how I feel about that. Alright, what do you got? If you'll indulge a short preamble as your mouse skills improve, so too should your speed and accuracy. Hence the conception of this minigame, which strips down the gameplay to its bare fundamentals. All you need to do is click on the target. It should be a stroll in the park, no? But here's the catch. In this game, you'll need lightning-fast reactions. Too slow and you won't get the clear medals. This minigame has been minified to maximize your mouse mobility. Sure. The target as quickly as possible. Oh, and if you miss, you're just done. Okay. 40. Oh my god. Dude, that's fast as hell. No, you're just gonna have to send it and try to time it. Holy hell. The funny thing is this game has this experience has such a weird balance where, like, they made the quizzes as simple as possible, right? Because they wanted it to be, like, kid-friendly. But, like, some of the minigame challenges are, like, not easy. Oh boy, there's 3 of them now, okay. Like, I can imagine some of these, the ones that you need like 30 and 40 medals to unlock are probably gonna get pretty hard. No. It's missing that scares me, but I guess they didn't want you to be able to spam. Nah. It's so weird that, like, it's both more sensitive and less sensitive than I expect a mouse to be. I don't know how to explain that more than that. Oh my god. Oh jeez. I never make it far enough to that one. I don't like using the straps for mouse mode. Like, the like, plastic bits on the strap keep getting, like, stuck on my desk and screwing me up. Well, that was just... No, it was so close. I never make it quite far enough there. There we go. Yeah, 37. Not even close. Alright. Oh, cheeky. Hell, even doing a speedrun of this to just get all the medals. I mean, that's tricky because of handheld stuff. So you're not going to be able to do all of it, like, recorded. So that's a bit of a problem. Tech demo with the saw is easier if you attach the strap. Right. I wonder if... Oh yeah, you could just, like, put these on the other Joy-Con pretty easily. Like, you could mix and match the color if you wanted to. Quick disclaimer, this isn't a minigame. It's an attraction that simulates the experience of sawing. As your saw moves back and forth, each rumble feature will create realistic vibrations. You can try sawing really quickly or take your time to savor the thrill of working with your hands. Quickly notice the difference in vibration as you change speed. Oh, I already did quickly. I assumed it was slowly, because I took my time. Oh, a large tree. God, how slowly do I have to go? Yay. So I actually popped the straps off to look at them a little closer. And I'm going to color swap them for no reason at all. Mouse straps a larger mouse feet make it easier to move a Joy-Con 2 controller around like a mouse. Hello. Locking mechanism. That's what. The hell's that gonna go? Okay, so there's the stamps. I think I did everything here already. Yeah, I have the stamps, I have the demo, I did just the one minigame. Oh, I didn't do the quiz. Yeah, there was a quiz up there that I didn't do. Anyway, Riley, I was saying that, for lack of a better way of putting it, there's a lot of streamers right now that have no business playing Mario Kart because they're only playing it to ride the hype wave. So that's gonna hurt the people who have intentions of playing it every weekend for the next 5 years. But it'll balance out. Do you know how the Joy-Con 2 straps are useful for mouse controls or how the locking mechanism works?
Attaching or detaching the strap is easy. Joy-Con 2 strap attaches to the controller, and then you loop the strap around your wrist. This lets you hold the controller safely as you play. Press the Joy-Con 2 release button to easily detach it. Attaching and detaching the strap is easy. It is. The strap helps with mouse controls. You'll want to use the Joy-Con 2 strap when playing a game that requires you to shake the Joy-Con 2 controller, but it also comes in handy when using the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. The strap makes the controller less likely to fall on its side, and the pads at the bottom make it easier to slide. So as you might imagine, it's double helpful for games that require both motion and mouse controls. Yeah, I just don't like the way my wrist rests on the strap. It's just, I don't know, I'll get used to it probably, but take a look at the top part that attaches to the controller. It contains a locking mechanism made up of small parts. When attached, it moves and locks into place like this. And it detaches like so. It's a very tiny spring that holds it in place. Still plays Mario Kart Wii and Mario Kart 7 still. Yeah, it'll balance out. What can you do safely with the Joy-Con 2 controllers once you've looped the Joy-Con 2 straps around your wrist? Use motion controls. Use them as a two-way radio. Tie them together. Wear them as bracelets. But yeah, I follow people on Twitch. I honestly don't know why I follow them on Twitch, because I never watch them. I follow people who do exclusively horror games, and even they have just been playing Mario Kart the last couple nights. Like, it's just one of those, like, big hype things that people are going to try to jump on. Aside from motion controls, what other feature is easier to use when the Joy-Con 2 straps are attached to the controller? Tiny springs found inside the part that attaches the controller are for what purpose? Decoration. Joy-Con 2 controllers from moving when placed on a surface to lock the straps. To catapult erasers. What? Oh. Was that there before? I don't think it was. But yeah, if it's anything like Mario Kart 8, streaming-wise, like eventually those big streamers are going to stop playing it, like, by next weekend. And then the people who want to play Mario Kart are going to start trickling down to the not-so-big streamers. Especially if they are looking for smaller streamers where they actually want to, like, be able to chat and, like, have their messages be seen and yada yada yada. Plus they're woven together with a complex stitch. What was the first part you said? You know the Joy-Con 2 straps are laced with fiberglass. What the fuck? Part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that attaches to the controller is fairly thin. If we had made it out of normal plastic, it would be easily bent. So, oh, I thought they meant the strap itself, like the fiber part. I was like, so we interlaced fine glass fibers or fiberglass in plastic. We did our best to make sure that this part does not bend. Close to the part that loops around your wrist, there are two small pieces of rubber. When the pieces of rubber are pressed firmly to the Joy-Con 2, the rattling noise that comes from the Joy-Con 2 when it vibrates is reduced. So you see, even little pieces of rubber have a purpose. Take a look at the part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that loops around your wrist. It passes through the part that attaches to the controller. And the ends meet up under here so that it forms a loop. On its own, this would be a problem. That's because as the loop spins around, this part would bump into the strap lock. Strap lock would become difficult to move. our solution. We made sure that the loop doesn't spin at all. Doesn't spin all the way around. Used a sewing machine to sew this bit together. I only just noticed that tonight. That's not all. We wanted to make sure that the sewn part is tear resistant even when pulled. Uses a complicated stitching pattern. Running stitch, satin stitch, zigzag stitch, return. Back to running stitch. I don't know what that means. It's very impressive, but like again, from like an engineering standpoint, it's very interesting, but plastic used for the part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that attaches to the controllers, combined with which material to stop it from bending easily? Dietary fiber, rubber iron filings. What are the two pieces of rubber on the Joy-Con 2 strap for? Obviously decoration. To be used as a fake mustache. What? Huh? It was done to the part that loops around your wrist to prevent it from turning. Sewn together with a sewing machine. It was glued on. It was made out of a gel. Nothing in particular. Perfect. Okay, now we're done here. So we'll go back over here. We'll turn in the lost item. I was kind of expecting them to toss us right at the other strap, but what happens if you go to exit? Does that just, like, return to the title screen? Oh, it's just if you want to change your appearance. Okay. Hello. Quite the trek to get from here to the next area. Hello. Area H is next. No, that's not how letters work. Oh, the dock. What are you doing over there? Not allowed to be over there. These two always go darting off without. Oh, G's back here too. Okay. Hey, look, Lan. There he is. Oh, geez, the camera. Okay. Hello. Nintendo Switch 2 console has a microphone. It sure does. Why is that included on the dock? Is my question. Does the dock have a microphone too? Air intake, lower left. So that's why the back of the dock is round. Are you even listening to me? I was listening. Landport. Air intake, lower right. Amusing that due to playing Battle Network, the LAN port being a thing is actually kind of relevant information. Okay, give me a tech demo. What we got? Now, maybe you can't rightly call this a game, but the echoes you'll hear in this demo might surprise you. Just gotta speak into the Nintendo Switch 2 microphone. After a small delay, your voice will bounce back at you. Might even come back different from when it left. Sure. Hello?
Hello?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
I mean, it's pretty good, like... That's not going to be a great place for me to have any commentary at all. So, despite the fact that it's a teeny tiny microphone that's on the Switch several feet away, it's not bad. Like, you can actually hear, like, what I'm saying. Like, it's intelligible. There's a bunch of different voices. I wonder if it's echo for 5 seconds in one blast. What? That's not what I expected a parrot to sound like, is kind of the thing. I think it is expecting me to do 5 seconds in one long burst, which is kind of like, what do I even talk about?
I think it is expecting me to do 5 seconds in one long burst, which is kind of like, what do I even talk about?
Well, there it is. I did it. So does the Switch have voice changing? That'd be a cool feature if Game Chat had voice chat, like voice changing built in. That'd be kind of fun. Quiz me? Is a dock just a fancy word for a stand, or is there more to it? And why is the back of the dock rounded? I am very interested in knowing that, actually. I hadn't even thought about it. At first glance, the Nintendo Switch 2 dock might just look like a regular stand, but it's actually much more than that. You can change video signals from the Nintendo Switch 2 console into signals that your television can receive. Has USB ports, letting you use multiple kinds of devices. It allows you to connect to the internet via a LAN cable. Switch 2 dock is designed for use with the Nintendo Switch 2 console, which means that it can't be used with the Switch console. At first glance, the new dock doesn't look so different from the Nintendo Switch dock, but on the inside a lot has changed. It needs to keep up with the Nintendo Switch 2 console's rapid video signals. Also, now that the dock is bigger, if you try to force a Switch console into the Switch 2 dock, the control sticks on the attached controllers might get stuck. In short, please don't try to insert any Switch consoles into the Switch 2 dock. Conversely, Switch 2 console cannot be used with the Switch dock. Switch 2 console uses a lot more electricity than the Nintendo Switch console, so even if you could connect it, it would exceed the Nintendo Switch dock's power capabilities and simply wouldn't work. Please make sure to only use the Switch console with the Switch dock, and only use the Nintendo Switch 2 console with the Switch 2 dock. The dock fan. Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a cooling fan inside. This prevents the dock from getting too hot and allows the Nintendo Switch 2 console to perform at its best. Also, the base of the dock is raised about 2 millimeters. There are many holes on the underside of the dock. Console and the dock's fans draw air in through these holes and through gaps at the sides. This helps the inside of the console and the dock to stay as cool as possible. If you look at the back of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, you'll find it has rounded edges. This dock has a much more rounded shape to it than the Nintendo Switch dock. Why is it rounded like this? It's so that the release buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers are easier to reach. That makes sense. The Nintendo Switch 2 console is inserted into the dock detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Should be easy. The dock isn't rounded just because it looks cuter that way. I mean, it does look cute, though. Serves many purposes, but which of the following does it not do? Send signal to the TV, provide additional USB ports, enable internet access, use infrared communication. Which of the following can the Nintendo Switch 2 console use? Nintendo Switch 2 dock. What are the holes on the bottom of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock for? Show people what's inside. Why is the back of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock rounded? To look cute. To follow the curvature of the Earth. That's... Oh, there's another one. Okay. Hello. Little bumps near the system connector on the dock. No, well, you've at least noticed one of the 4 feet on the dock is different from the rest, right? I did not really look at the dock that much, if I'm being honest. I hooked it up and kind of moved on with my life. If you look into the Nintendo Switch 2 dock from directly above, you'll see a mechanism around the connector that makes it easier to insert the Switch 2 console. Here in the middle, there's a narrow ridge. And there are 2 little bumps here to the left and right. If we take a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you'll see that it has indentations that line up with the ridge and bumps. These guide the console into the right position for it to fit into the dock's connector. First, the ridge in the middle of the dock fits into the indentation on the console's underside, lining them up. Next, the left and right bumps fit into the console's other indentations for even more precise alignment. These bumps sit on top of a small stand, which is supported by springs. The connector only comes out when the stand is pushed down. Oh, interesting. When the connector at last emerges, the console connects to the dock via the connector. With such a mechanism, even if you get a bit sloppy when inserting a console into the dock, it should still work. I haven't docked and undocked a whole lot just yet, so... The underside of the Switch 2 console is a little rounded. Down here, near where the system connector and the dock goes, there are spots that are slightly raised. The positioning is a little off when the console is inserted into the dock. These raised spots will come into contact with the inside of the dock. Without this raised spot, the ridge dock might slide off the rounded part of the console and bend. I understand. Additionally, the connectors may not be inserted properly. With this slightly raised spot, we've ensured that the console will not get stuck. One of the 4 feet. On the underside of the Switch 2 dock, there are 4 small rubber feet. These rubber feet prevent the dock from sliding when the console is inserted. This may sound great, but if the cable connected to the dock snags and the feet catch, the dock might tilt and fall over since it doesn't slide. So we modified one of the 4 feet. A bit of the plastic sticks out slightly more. If the dock tilts slightly, this plastic will touch the floor, will slide a bit, making the dock less likely to fall over. This tiny extra piece of plastic comes in very handy. That's, again, engineering is just amazing to me. Whoops. I fat thumbed. The ridge and bumps in the Switch 2 dock allow the Switch 2 console to be inserted in what way?
Along with another console. I feel like with little force and with some imprecision is both correct. But I think they are looking for some imprecision. Some raised spots can be found around where the system connector on the dock goes. What are they for? Stop the console from getting stuck. How many of the 4 feet are deliberately slippery? I guess is just one what we're looking for. I don't know if slippery is the right word for it. But again, I think that's what they're looking for. Are they having a good time with Mario Kart World, Riley? Like, what do they think about it? You know, Dodge the Spiked Balls was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games, which is all well and good, except for the difficulty of Part 4. I'll tell you more about it soon. And how much, like, how many of their viewers have, like, picked up a Switch 2 and, like, were they able to play with right away? Back cover locking mechanism. Apparently there's a way to get medals even if you don't have a 4K compatible TV. It's this thing they're calling a skip signal. So what you do is go up to the staff member standing near a minigame or tech demo, and if you press Y like so, they'll count it as being cleared. Oh, is this one also 4K? That sucks. I highly doubt, like, I'm having a good time, but I highly doubt anything here is gonna make people go, oh, I gotta buy a 4K TV. Like, I doubt this is gonna be what's gonna change their mind. But I don't know, maybe. Huh, is this supposed to be like a developer's father or something? It's cute. AC adapter, okay. Switch to AC adapter's cable can be detached. This means that when you want to carry the AC adapter around with you, you can easily stow both parts. Much smaller than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter. However, it can output a lot of power. Compared to the Nintendo Switch AC adapter, it's increased by more than 1.5 times, from 39 watts to 60 watts. It's small but mighty. Charging cable for the Switch 2 AC adapter is thinner and more flexible than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter. Okay, it's such a small difference. This makes the AC adapter convenient and easy to pack nicely on the go. It's easy to wrap the cable up gently, as shown here. You have a Nintendo Switch AC adapter handy. Compare the flexibility of the two cables. We offer quizzes to anyone who gets through blah 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 blah. Which of the following traits is true of the Switch 2 AC adapter cable? It's detachable. It is not 100 meters long. It's actually pretty short. I was kind of surprised. When I was doing the setup, like, for those that didn't get one yet, the setup is basically like, you unpack the console, you plug it into the wall for initial setup, and then you set the dock up. And the cable was short enough that I had a hard time finding a convenient to use outlet. because like all of the outlets in this room are like under, like it's under the desk and such, and it was like almost not long enough to like actually be on top of the desk while I was using it. What does the Switch 2 AC adapter have more of than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter? Power. Yeah, power. Watts. Or wattage. How does the Switch 2 AC adapter compare to the Switch AC adapter? It's thinner and more flexible. Because there weren't a lot of stamps in this area, I don't have to be too careful. Oh, 2 mice at once demo? I wonder what half this shit even means. HDR and smooth movement insights here are similar to the ones you can find in the main console area, but the ones over there have to do with the console screen, while these are about TV screens. Oh, yep, last snap. I did find the lost item. Okay. Ultra high speed. Nintendo Switch 2 system comes with an HDMI cable. This cable is an ultra high speed HDMI cable. As the name suggests, it can transmit data very quickly. And indeed, the cable needs to transmit a lot of data. Sharp and detailed picture, the video displayed with bright light, and the smooth images sent to your TV. To achieve all this, a compatible game and TV are required. In terms of TV image output, Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with 4K resolution. A 4K image is made up of many dots or pixels, 3,840 horizontal by 2,160 vertical. It's 4 times as many pixels as the Nintendo Switch. It's the most ever for any Nintendo console. If you have both a game and a TV that are 4K compatible, then you can look forward to having a sharp and detailed picture. I don't know if... I don't think I could even stream it in 4K. Like, even if my TV was 4K, my capture card isn't. I don't know if it can convert it on the fly, or if it would just be, like, no signal. I'm not even sure. Devices capable of this are HDR compatible. HDR is short for high dynamic range. And a Switch console can use approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions. If you have an HDR compatible game and TV, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. This seems like the same one. Yeah, this is the same one they were showing me earlier. Choose an image that changes at high speeds. Yeah, these are like the same ones for the most part. Ultra high speed. Y2K? What's QQVGA? Is that like a real thing?
Combinations of light and color is the Nintendo Switch 2 console able to use. Hundreds of millions. When the images on the TV screen change rapidly, how does it start to look? Smooth? Sneaky? I was gonna say, there's another quiz somewhere. Hit me with the tech demo. I like how they have this set up. I want to hear the description of that again. I was mashing through it. Oh, they're not gonna tell me. Okay, whatever. I like how they have it set up that if you want to, like, skip the minigames entirely, you can. Like, you could just do the tech demos, if that's what you wanted to do.
Dual mouse. This is gonna be interesting. Move a paddle, change the stage, spin the water wheel, make the light bulb as bright as possible. Oh, goodness. Oh. Ah! Oh, there we go. Illuminate every stage to maximum brightness. That was probably max, right? This one gets, like, clogged really easily. Well, I feel like I robbed, like, I cheated on that one, but I'll take it. Is that everything here? I have the stamps, I have the lost item, I have the tech demo medals. Oh, there's another quiz still. Okay. Right.
Easy to use without any setup. Some TVs include special settings suited to games. This is sometimes called game mode. This game makes the image less prone to lag, which makes playing them easier. When it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, you may not need to enable such TV settings manually. It automatically switches to the TV to a mode that's suited for games. This is known as being ALLM compatible, auto low latency mode. However, this feature is only available for ALLM compatible TVs. The system is set up to automatically make games easier to play without having to change any settings. I won't lie, this is making me want a new TV, but I already needed a new TV, so it's just kind of boosting what how I was already feeling. Exchanges more than just images with the TV. It interacts in all kinds of ways. The console is what's called CEC enabled, Consumer Electronics Control. When you power on the Nintendo Switch system, the TV will automatically turn on and the input will change. I don't know if mine can do that. When the TV is turned off, the Nintendo Switch system will automatically enter sleep mode. This feature can be found under System Settings in the home menu. It's called Match TV Power State. Not only that, but the TV will also display Switch 2 and switching input to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. With CEC compatibility, the Nintendo Switch 2 console is easily recognized by the TV. However, the capability of your TV may vary from model to model. You'll need to check the TV's instructions for more information. I also don't have a TV, it's a monitor, so there might be a difference there as well. When you play on a Nintendo Switch 2 system connected to a TV, various electrical signals are output via the USB Type-C connector in the console. These signals won't normally show up on the TV, not without a little extra help anyway. Switch 2 dock picks out the video signals, converts them into different video signals called HDMI, then sends the video signals to your TV via an ultra high-speed HDMI cable. The dock does a lot of heavy lifting. Connect the Switch 2 console to a TV and turn on the power, images appear on the TV screen. You might think that the console is simply outputting signals to the TV, but in fact all kind of processes are going on between the console, the dock, and the TV. When the console is turned on, its information is transmitted to the dock, which then transmits the signal through the cable to the TV. The TV then responds, and the dock relays that response back to the console. So you see the console and the TV communicate through the dock. At this point, the main unit asks the TV through the dock what kind of video it can handle. Oh my god. The console receives the reply via the dock, and the console decides what kind of image to display. Finally, the image is output from the console, converted by the dock, and then displayed on the TV. All sorts of processes are handled in a short span of time before the image is displayed. Technology is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely a thing we don't think about much, right? It's such a day-to-day life kind of thing that... When you connect a Switch 2 console to an ALLM-compatible TV, what happens to the TV? It switches to a special gaming... It acquires touch controls. What's it called when the Switch 2 console communicates with the TV in ways other than video? CEC enabled. Does the Nintendo Switch 2 dock do what the video signals sent from the console, since it converts them for the TV? How do the Switch 2 console and the TV communicate with each other before the video is output? They speak verbally. Imagine. They email each other. Excuse me. Ooh, that snuck up. I sure am. Alright, now we're done here. Okay, so take me back here. Turn this in. I don't think we've missed any of those yet. I mean, go ahead and take me back here. So I have not plugged in my webcam yet to see if it works with the Switch. I saw in a stream yesterday someone talking about that like every camera they've tested has worked. And I think this is a pretty common model of webcam I have, so it probably should, but it's probably going to take a minute to hook up. If I need it. I'm probably going to wait until they say something. It has 2 minigames, so... Hello. There's an LED next to the lens. Played with the Game Boy camera all the time when I was a kid. There's something special about games that use the camera. understand. Cable clip. Oh, great. Is there going to be one that involves making funny faces? Is there a stamp for, like, the base? Know how easy it is to use the camera's ring, slider, info about past Nintendo cameras, and more. Oh, goodness. A movable camera head. Nintendo Switch 2 camera has a movable head. It can be tilted up and down. More precisely, you can tilt it down about 10 degrees or up about 25 degrees from its initial position. With this range of motion, even if you place the camera somewhere high, up, or down low, you should still be able to center it on what you want to capture. Also, to keep the head at the angle you adjust it to, we sandwiched silicone rubber between the inner parts. One benefit of the Switch 2 camera is that it can capture a fairly wide angle. To get a little technical, the field of view is 110 degrees. That's nearly twice what the Nintendo 3DS camera could capture. Thanks to this wide angle, the camera can capture your whole face when you play in handheld mode. In tabletop mode, it makes it easier to capture two people playing side by side. And in TV mode, the camera can even capture a player who's standing. It's also easier to fit multiple people sitting around a room within the field of view. If the angle seems a little wide, you can zoom in when using game chat to narrow the field of view. As you may already know, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera can capture a wide angle. However, if we didn't take any extra measures, the camera would run into a problem. The image would begin to distort around the edges. To address this, we designed to the ledge so that people we designed the lens so that people near the edge of the frame aren't distorted. While this means that the spot directly in front of the lens will come out slightly distorted, it reduces the chance of people looking distorted. Privacy shutter of the Switch 2 camera can close over the camera if you use its slider. When the shutter is closed, the camera won't be able to capture anything, so if you're ever concerned about privacy, you can simply close the shutter. When the shutter is closed, the lens will be covered with a white lid, so you can tell at a glance that the camera can't see you. You can also check the LED to the left of the lens. If the LED is on, the camera is on. If it's off, the camera is off, but that's not all. To prevent the shutter from only closing halfway, we used a torsion spring so that it either opens or closes fully. It will feel like it's being pulled open or pushed closed. One more thing. When you close the shutter, an image is sent to the Switch 2 console to indicate that nothing is being captured. Trace back through Nintendo's history and you'll find that Nintendo has made it possible for players to play games using cameras for some time. Game Boy camera lets you play with pictures you take of your face. You can aim the Wii Remote's pointer lens at the TV screen. The Nintendo DSi system lets you calculate how similar two people's faces look. I never had a DSi, so I think I forgot it even had a camera. 3DS and AR cards lets you play with things that don't physically exist in the real world. I thought AR cards were a really cool idea that was really underutilized. Like, no one did anything with those. Wii U Gamepad lets you see the faces of other players. I forgot that that had a camera in it, too. You can build functional controllers out of cardboard using the IR motion camera on the Switch Joy-Con. Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, you can turn your home into a racetrack. I forgot that. Man, and they did a lot more with cameras than I remember. It's not just about taking pictures, it's about having fun. Which direction can the head of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera move? Up and down. Whoop. You caught me mashing. I got impatient. Would have been funny if that was the right answer. It was not, though. Roughly how large is the Switch 2 camera's diagonal field of view? 110. Lens of the Switch 2 camera has been designed to make which part of it harder to distort? The edges. What must you do to cover up the lens? Will it to close? Turn the slider. Which of the following has been a way you can use a camera to play? All of them. I almost feel like it should go further in depth on the Wii Remote, because I feel like a fair number of people are going to be like, that's not a camera, what are you talking about? Mentioned it was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games, which is fine, but the problem is I think the designer likes that sort of game too much and went a little overboard. Part 4 is really, really hard. The designer said the difficulty is what makes it so fun, so I guess what I'm saying is Dodge the Spiked Balls Part 4 is the toughest challenge you'll find at this exhibition, so be ready for it. Oh, but if you're really struggling, try handing the second controller to a friend. It can actually be played with 2 players. I'm missing a stamp somewhere. Kind of thought it would be back there, but tisn't. It's probably just the base down below. It's gonna be around the edge somewhere. It's been specially designed for Nintendo Switch 2, so whether you're playing in TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld, it should be pretty easy to use. If the camera is connected via the console's upper USB Type-C connector, you can change play modes without even having to disconnect it. USB cameras. If you want to use a camera with Switch 2, it does not have to be the specific Nintendo Switch 2 camera. Switch 2 is compatible with other USB cameras, so if you happen to own one, you may be able to use it if you connect it to the Switch 2 console. However, it really depends on the USB camera itself. If you're not sure, you can select Test USB Camera within the system settings, which can be accessed from the home menu. Then try connecting your USB camera. But of course, Switch 2 camera will be sure to work with the Switch 2. One thing you'll have noticed about the Switch 2 camera is that it comes with a stand. It's a handy thing. You can use it to quickly position the camera for use in any mode, whether it's TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld. It won't move or fall over easily, and has been designed to help the camera capture a clear image no matter where you place it. But that's not all. If you ever used a camera that captures your face from below, perhaps the resulting picture wasn't very flattering. True. But with the Switch 2 camera, its tall stand means you won't have to worry as much about it being too low. You can also position the camera however you want in order to achieve the optimal angle. Finally, there's one more benefit to the stand's height. It's tall enough that you can place the camera behind the Switch 2 dock and still get a good view. Oh yeah, I'm about to turn lights back on for camera. I didn't think about that. Designed with brightness in mind, we wanted it to be able to capture people's faces brightly and clearly. First, the camera detects where your face is, then it brightens the image to bring out your face. And maybe I won't. I'll give it a try without it and see what happens. Even if the background becomes too bright in the process, the camera prioritizes making faces brighter and clearer. Because of this, the Switch 2 camera is not well suited to capturing plain landscapes. Or, well, if that's specifically, like, hardware side, then it might not affect a USB camera anyway. Even in darker lighting, the Switch 2 camera is capable of taking pictures. Even if you're in a dimly lit room at night, its sensor can pick up small amounts of light, which allows the camera to capture a clear image. However, a problem can arise if the camera tries to brighten the image in a dark environment. Image noise can be introduced from power supplies or heat, making the image even brighter. This may result in a muddy look. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to tell whether the muddiness is due to image, noise, or a light spot. So how does the camera handle this? Here's an example. If there were no light spots in the previous image, then image noise is probably to blame. The camera constantly checks the image feed like this. It uses a number of different methods to try to eliminate as many sources of noise as possible. Where on the Switch 2 console would you connect the Nintendo Switch 2 camera? USB Type-C connector. The air vent? Which of the following types of camera are compatible? USB cameras. Endoscopes. Disposable cameras. That would be something. Designed to help take what kind of... The stand was designed to help take what kind of photos? Photos that capture your face from a good angle, I think is what they were going for there. People's faces. The user's memory. Metadata is also very funny. Oh, it's right there. How the hell did I miss that? Ah. How's that going to be different than the right one? There's some redundancies here that are, like, curious, let's say. Oh, there's no tech demo here. Minigame uses HD, Rumble 2, and mouse controls. Play the game by holding down a button and moving the mouse over invisible shapes. As you move over the shape, the mouse will respond subtly, making it feel like you're really touching them. Your goal is to guess the shape using only your sense of touch.
Alright. $60. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh, there's one for 30 too. That was interesting. Actually makes me curious about what the Mario Party update is going to have in it. Because that's going to have mouse control stuff, right? Shut up, kid. Oh, 38 metal. Well, fuck. So, is there only going to be one minigame for the camera? Because I don't know if I feel like setting it up for one minigame. Like, it's probably not going to be that. I think my big concern, and this is maybe going to sound ridiculous. Oh, I don't even have my lights plugged in. Ugh. There's a lot of moving parts here that I don't have either of my lights plugged in. Holy shit. Okay, I think I'm going to skip this one. Maybe we'll come back later. But yeah, I don't have my lights plugged in. Sometimes when I unplug something that OBS is using, it just crashes everything. So I'm a little hesitant. I think I have the camera deactivated, so it should be fine, but I'm a little worried that I'm going to unplug it and OBS is just going to be like, I'm dead now. I meant to do it before I started streaming, and I completely forgot. Man, I feel like having ladders is, like, a very bold move. A lot of people could get hurt on those. Coloring? It's gonna be interesting. Remember the N64 control stick the Inside talked about? How many hours did I roll it on that thing? This all really brings back memories. Oh yeah, I guess they didn't really talk about analog sticks in the on the first one. There has to be a thing here for the stick. There is a lower spot, I guess. Lost item. VRR. Oh, yeah. Damn right I have. Should be the last one, yeah. Easy peas. Oh, the grip. Let's do the quizzes first. And the tech demo, probably. One way the Switch 2 console and Joy-Con 2 controllers are linked is via connectors.
Connectors can't slide around much. They're designed to move only very slightly. Even if the controllers are not perfectly lined up when you attach them, the connectors will do the rest of the work. Positions should line up perfectly. Joy-Con 2 controllers attach firmly to the console. Why is this? Well, it's not just because the magnets are very strong. The console and the SL/SR buttons form a strong magnetic circuit. To create this strong circuit, we simulated lots of different combinations and positions. Out of those, we selected the magnetic circuit that resulted in the strongest possible configuration. In this case, it makes the circuit less likely to cause issues. This means it won't interfere with other magnetic parts. Release buttons are used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. We made it so that you can detach the controllers easily, even with very little force. When you press the release button, a small rod juts out of the controller. I did say that, like, it's weird that they didn't talk about this. Small rod juts out of the controller. The rod pushes against the main body of the console. You shouldn't need to press the button very hard to reach this point. Using the principle of leverage, it pushes against the console with over twice the usual force. Magnets that attach the controllers to the console are strong, yes, but if they're separated by even a short distance, they become very weak. When the rod pushes against the console, the controller moves away just a little. This makes it easy to detach. Also, the direction in which you press the release button is the same direction that you pull to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers. This detail makes it even easier to remove. Connectors used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the Nintendo Switch 2 console have been designed to ease the process, but in what way? It can move a little. What is it that makes the Joy-Con 2 SL/SR buttons attach so firmly to the console's magnets? Strong magnetic circuit. You press the release button, how much force does the rod that pushes against the Switch 2 console apply compared to the force you use to press the release button? Twice as much. Screws hidden inside the controllers. Joy-Con 2 controllers SL and SR buttons are much larger than the SL and SR buttons on the Switch Joy-Con controllers. As a matter of fact, the ABXY buttons and directional buttons are bigger too. This makes them all easier to use. It's funny, like, because I mentioned on, like, the cable, I think, that I was like, it's so minimally smaller. And these buttons are, like, minimally bigger, but it does make a very big difference. Like, it does feel a lot better. Underneath the Joy-Con 2 buttons is a dome-shaped piece of metal, and beneath that, an incomplete circuit. When you press a button, the dome bends downward. The dome touches the circuit, completes it. The computer catches this and knows which button has been pressed. All told, it's a pretty simple mechanism. How does a Joy-Con 2 controller stay together? It's held tight with a number of screws. There are 4 total. Can you tell where they are? Try to find them. Should I try to do that first? I mean, I still have the strap on. I mean, I know 2 are on the side with the color. Like, the connecting side. They're on the, like, top and bottom ridges. I don't know what the rest are. Yeah, those 2. The other 2 are hidden by a lid. Thanks to this, the screws and their surroundings are less likely to get dirty. It also makes the screws less noticeable and prevents them from being touched during play. How have the SL and SR buttons changed in comparison with the Switch Joy-Con controllers? God, they are significantly bigger. Holy hell. I didn't realize just how much bigger they are. Dome-shaped part underneath each of the buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers is made out of what material? Metal. Concrete. Two of the outer screws that keep the Joy-Con 2 controller together are visible, but more are hidden. How many outer screws are there in total? Okay, hit me with the tech demo. There are a whole bunch of characters on screen and a game starts to struggle displaying them. The screen can start to look jittery, but the role of VRR is to prevent that. Honestly, it's a pretty complex topic, but given the VRR tech demo a try, you may get a better idea of what I mean by jittery. Oh, come on. I'll go ahead and do this one. What do you got? Match the rumble. What is this guy's deal? Like sunlight in spring, it would warm my heart if you played this game with me. HD Rumble 2 can create fast vibrations. You will. Is that a haiku? I think he's talking about haikus. Oh god, it's bright. One is normal and hold the other like a mouse. Match up the vibrations. Ready? That was a pretty static rumble. That was just kind of like bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Oh. That's probably the motorcycle. Oh, nope, it's the key. That's just one hit. So it's the golf club, probably. That's the motorcycle. Perfect. Help. Talk to me, baby. I wonder if they're gonna address Joy-Con drift. And be like, yeah, so about that. Here's what we did to try to fix it. Joy-Con 2 control sticks have changed a lot from the Joy-Con control sticks. They're bigger and easier to place your fingers on. You can also move a little wider. The control sticks are a little easier to press in. I do think the click-in feels a little bit better. Multiple efforts were made to make them easier to use. Joy-Con 2 control sticks have been given some attention. We wanted the controls to feel nice and comfortable. To that end, we've made sure that they move smoothly and don't feel like they're snagging. And I started moving the stick to see what they mean, and then scrolled all over the place. They also snap back to the center. It'll make sense once you compare it to the control sticks on the Switch Joy-Con. The bottom of each control stick, there's a part that touches a spot where electricity flows. So when a stick is tilted, the part that touches the spot moves depending on the degree of the tilt. When the part that's touching this spot moves, the strength of the electrical flow changes. The computer detects this to know how much the control stick is being tilted. This mechanism can detect even the slightest of movements, which allows for very precise controls. Is that how most analog sticks work? For decades now, Nintendo controllers have had control sticks. First Nintendo controller to feature a control stick was the N64 controller from way back in '96. And then came the Nintendo GameCube controller, which has both a control stick and a dedicated C-stick. Nunchuck for the Wii has a control stick. Classic Controller Pro, also for Wii, have L and R sticks. Wii U Gamepad and Wii U Pro Controller have L and R, along with the Joy-Con and Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. You forgot the 3DS. But I guess that's not an analog, that's not a control stick, I guess? Technically? I don't know. Reshaping and improving the controller as times go on. Except you took the notches out, which I think is not necessarily great. Which way have the Joy-Con 2 control sticks changed compared to the Switch Joy-Con control sticks? They're pointy tips. Feature has been added to the Joy-Con 2 control sticks to make them easier to use. They emit a nice scent when you move them. They snap back to the center, I guess. I don't think that necessarily makes them easier to use. Don't most control sticks do that? The strength of what changes when you move the Joy-Con 2 control sticks? The electrical flow. Enemy characters. Which of the following Nintendo console does not include control sticks on its controllers? The Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Okay, so stamps are done. I didn't do the tech demo. There's just that minigame, then, I think.
I have a feeling this is going to be tough to do fast, or it's going to be really easy, with, like, no in-between. 9 seconds? Okay, that one was fine. I like how these are paced that, like... I don't remember how many medals I needed for, like, the first minigame to unlock more there. But I think it's gonna be timed pretty well that those are gonna unlock when I'm getting close to the end. So it'll be, like, kind of like a second lap, you know what I mean? Nah! That's really precise. Do you think they're just gonna make a new Mario Paint? I wonder if that's already in development. I don't know how I'd feel about that. $52, dude. Okay, fine, I'll leave. Okay, got a lost item to turn in. I kind of can't imagine that they're gonna make me actually equip the grip for this. I feel like that would be kind of weird. Oh, so are the rest of the areas all connected to this? Was there not actually an area for the... Oh, the steering wheel. I forgot they were even making those. Was there even an area for the... I guess I assumed there was going to be more on the other strap, but I guess there isn't. It's a little strange that most of the minigames, I think all of the minigames have been mouse controls, but in a lot of cases they're in, like, pavilions where it doesn't really matter. Like, we're not talking about mouse controls right now, you know what I mean? Huh. What are those there for? Let's go ahead and hit me with the quiz. Oh, is that what the... It can stand upright? Oh, well, would you look at that? Huh. Did not realize. Like, I guess the weird thing is, you'd assume... I could see a lot of players coming to this part and being like, oh, I'm going to need the grip. I'm going to put the Joy-Con in the grip. And then the game is mouse controls. So, like, that's just a little odd. Controller contain magnets, so you can simply hold them to the sides and they'll attach by themselves. Release buttons let you detach each of the controllers with ease. If you're playing alone with the grip but you want to add a second player, you can detach the Joy-Con 2 and hand it to someone else right away. Joy-Con 2 controllers are bigger than Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers. This means the Joy-Con 2 grip is larger than the Joy-Con grip. However, simply making it bigger would make it harder to hold. So the ends of the grip have been made thinner to make it easier to grasp. Grip can stand so it doesn't take up too much space when it's time to put it away. Two protrusions on the underside measuring approximately 0.2 millimeters each. These protrusions act as tiny feet. It's a subtle detail, but this is what helps keep the grip popped up. I did not even notice that. I've been having it... It's funny, I've been having problems where I'm like, where am I going to put this thing? But now that I know that it can do that, it's like, oh. Okay, I can just do that. That takes up a lot less space. They think of everything. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 grip to a Joy-Con 2 controller? The power of love.
How's the Joy-Con 2 grip been modified to make it easier to hold? Grows or shrinks to match the size of your hand. Store it without taking... Play it without having to hold it. It gives you courage. Frank. Gasp. Oh. Frank. Charging grip. Ah, that's right. You know, I didn't know the charging grip had the extra buttons. I wonder, how expensive is the charging grip? Because that might be kind of tempting to pick up. I'm very hesitant on a Pro controller because it's just expensive and I don't really need it, but... Oh god, every charging grip I'm seeing is third-party ones. I don't want third-party, I just want the official one. It's one thing that sucks about Amazon. Sometimes you're just like, just show me the real deal, you know what I mean? The key difference from the Joy-Con 2 grip, it includes a USB Type-C connector. Connect a USB cable here to charge the controllers, but that's not all. And the Joy-Con 2 charging grip is connected to the dock. Connects to the console via wired communication, not wireless. But I was, like, kind of noting last night that, like, we barely made it through the stream without the batteries dwindling. God, Target's website is slow as hell. Just taking forever. $40 for the charging grip? That's not terrible. Might be something I consider at some point. Because I really don't mind these controllers compared to the original Joy-Con. Just for charging the controllers, like the Switch 2 Pro controller includes a GL and GR button. You can use your middle or ring fingers to press them. These two buttons are completely separate from the other buttons. Off the bat, nothing will happen when you press either, but you can assign different buttons to them in any configuration you'd like. For example, if you find yourself using the minus button a lot, you can assign it to the GL button. That's a good idea. The minus button is always feels out of the way to me, which is weird because it's right above the left stick, but pressing the right stick is too much of a hassle. That's another good idea. You can assign its behavior to the GR button instead. Or maybe you've realized that you need to press the B button while keeping the right stick and ZR button pressed. In this case, just assign the B button to the GR button. Press and hold the home button to access quick settings and map buttons from there. Button mapping settings are stored per user and per game. So those are stored per game. We were talking about that yesterday. So button mappings aren't stored per game, but GL and GR are. Tailor settings to your liking for any game you want. GL, GR buttons have also been carefully designed They should be comfortable to press no matter your hand size. We've taken the button's position, relative height, and size into account. This means they won't get in the way if you don't need them, but they'll be easy to press if you do. I like this particular clerk. They're very short and to the point. What can the Joy-Con 2 charging grip do other than charge Joy-Con? Use wired communication. Charger grip includes GL and GR buttons. What are they used for? They're display only. Okay. So the insights are done. Yeah, there's 3 minigames here, damn. Still a bunch of stamps. Wow. Oh, I just realized something. I'm gonna preempt this. Oh, I'm glad I looked. Because I just messaged someone on Discord, and then I was like, oh shit, did it activate streamer mode like it's supposed to? Sure as hell didn't. Glad I caught that before they responded. This also serves to hide screws. Interesting. Makes sense. The hell is... I guess I'll just hit this while I'm down here. I might as well. I'm gonna take a break first. So it's break time of the night. I think I'm gonna get another snack. I'm still feeling very hungry. But I'll try not to be long, so hang tight, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. Roommate got Taco Bell, so I wolfed down a taco real quick. And it means I have a Baja Blast, which is fantastic. I said a couple of weeks ago, and I stand by this. I think Baja Blast is one of the most refreshing beverages ever created. It just hits right. Alright, what we got here? Pretty good scraper. I don't think you're going to find many people that are going to be flexing about being good scrapers, but... "17 seconds. Oh, so close. God, that one was worse. I thought I'd focus on the smaller ones, but... or the rougher ones, but I guess I should be doing this first. Nah! That's tough. Yeah, they made the timers on these, like, really tight. It's making my TV shake. Okay. There's more tacos waiting out there too, and I'm already excited about it. But I'll have to wait till after the stream. I haven't found a lost item yet. It's not down here. Can't move the camera that way. Oh, there they are. Right. Maracas. Who brings their maracas on a on a trip like this? Ah, Pro Controller. Oh, so it's another one of these. Oh, but it's not 4K. Trying to find 3 of these tiny little pixels as quickly as you can on the console. Oh, it has to be the console screen, though. Jesus. So that's another... Not right now. Such a weird, like, streamer complaint, you know? where it's like ordinarily wouldn't really be a big deal at all. Moving around with Joy-Con 2 and using... Oh, it's just an FPS. Hunt down and burst 10 balloons as quickly as possible. 18 seconds. That. There's balloons inside of the balloons? Okay. 25 seconds. Oh, I see. How are there still 6 balloons left? Oh, 3 technically. Okay. This is just gonna be knowing where they are. Okay, there's one. Okay, this is easy peasy. Ooh, barely. I think the mouse controls feel pretty good. I'm looking forward to Metroid Prime. I think that'll be a good showcase. And honestly, I think I might actually give a fuck about Splatoon 4 when they inevitably make that. Like, just because of the extra controller methods. Like, I think that's gonna be enough for me to be like, oh yeah, let's check it out. So Jay was down that way, right? Oh, it's over this way. Okay. Let's go turn in the lost item first. Yeah. I kind of hate that you have to bring the... You can only carry one lost item at a time. Like, that's kind of annoying. I could unironically see people speedrunning this. Because people speedrun anything. And it's cute. It's cute and cozy. Hello. Oh yeah, if it's a Pro controller, there's gonna be a lot of stamps. Yeah, and how much are Pro controllers? Like, I think I'm a little bit more interested in getting the grip, the charging grip, because it's significantly cheaper. And I do like these Joy-Con. I don't have any problems with them. Pro controllers are 85. Yeah, it's like literally half the price. And I could just use my existing Pro controller, really. Whereas I feel like the charging grip will actually, like... If I wanted to use the fancy new stuff, it's like a middle ground, I guess is what I'm getting at. But I'll continue thinking about it throughout the weeks. Honestly, just docking the things to charge him isn't that big of a deal, but my concern is maybe, like, if we hit a point where I'm playing a game that I'm gonna want to play, like, for an extended period of time and do, like, extra, like, overtime for streams, like, the Joy-Con batteries aren't gonna last that long. Like, I know I started getting batteries low during the Mario Kart stream. We'll probably start seeing them here in, like, another hour, maybe? Mold to cast the seamless grips. But then, I don't know, I guess some of the problem is that the Pro Controller looks appealing too, but it's more of a long-term thing. Like, I definitely wouldn't buy one of these until my existing Switch Pro Controller is starting to fade. Because that will do the job for the most part. Unless the D-pad is really good. That would maybe change my mind. But even then, I've heard people say that the Switch controller, the Switch Pro controller, has a great D-pad, which I think is factually incorrect. So it's going to be hard to get a read on if it's good, I think. There it is. I hope they don't expect you to have a wheel, because I have no interest in picking up the wheel. So there's a tech demo. Where's mouse controls? Okay. Oh, I see. Create strong vibration at 60 hertz.
Create vibration at 200 hertz. Subtle vibration at 400. Persistent vibration from 40 to 45 or 48. Oh. Wasn't too bad. It's interesting, I can hear it rumbling. Again, probably can't pick it up on the microphone too easily. Quiz me. Button heights were considered down to the nearest 0.05 millimeters. I mean, the Pro Controller is already really good, so I don't think they have to change much. Switch to Pro Controller. Here it is next to the Switch Pro Controller. See any differences? It actually seems smaller. Looking at that. It would have been easy to just take the Switch Pro Controller and add a few more buttons, but in fact, the new Pro Controller has been completely redesigned from the ground up. A lot has changed. You know, it's funny, I've seen people mock this game, this experience, as like a glorified advertisement. But it's worked. It's made me want to buy a new TV and a charging grip. In like a couple of hours. If you're interested in using game chat, the Switch 2 Pro Controller makes it easy to use. For one, you can bring up the menu straight away with the C button. There's an audio jack on the controller's underside, so you can connect an audio device, such as a pair of headphones. This helps you use game chat even when you're far from the system. Console microphone picks up the voices of everyone nearby, but if you speak close to the microphone that's plugged in via the audio jack, your own voice will be heard more clearly. This isn't just helpful for game chat either. If you don't want the game audio to come from the TV, you can always listen to it using headphones instead. Switch 2 Pro Controller has GL and GR buttons. They're meant to be pressed with your middle or ring fingers. They're different from the other buttons on the controller. As it is, nothing happens when you press them. However, you can map other buttons to them as you like. Press and hold the home button, yeah, same thing. Another thing about GL and GR, they're designed to be comfortable for hands both big and small. They don't get in the way if you don't want to use them, but they are easy to press if you do. Put a lot of thought into these buttons' location, height, and size. Look at the buttons on the Switch 2 Pro Controller. They've been updated since the Switch Pro Controller 2. For one, the minus and plus button now have a different feel to them. Oh yeah, they're kind of like raised. They also made the capture button and home button easier to recognize. You should now be able to input directions on the control pad with more precision. Additionally, the buttons are now bigger. They've always stuck out at different heights. Heights were adjusted to account for how your fingers move. With the enlarged A, B, X, Y buttons, your fingers will move a little differently, so we made lots of buttons for differing height in increments of 0.05 millimeters. Of those, we picked the heights that we felt would be the best fit. Again, like, it's crazy what engineers have to go through. When you're using a Switch 2 Pro controller and it's connected directly to the dock via a USB cable, Pro controller will communicate with the console via wired communication instead of wireless. In this case, wired communication with the Switch 2 Pro controller connects slightly faster than a wired connection between Nintendo Switch and its Pro controller. Another way to say this is that the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller has lower latency. A lot of people will be happy to hear that, I think. By the way, you can also connect the Switch 2 Pro controller directly to the Nintendo Switch 2 console via USB if necessary. Ah, you caught me mashing. You caught me mashing. Getting impatient. I was thinking about the Taco Bell out on the kitchen counter. How much does the Switch 2 Pro controller differ in design? Did they say it was reconsidered from scratch? Like, with those specific words? I don't think so. I think touched up is fair. Or can you connect to the part of the Switch 2 Pro controller shown here? Microphone repair. Did the original Pro controller have a headphone jack? I don't think it did, right? So that's new. On the backs of the parts you hold. This might be the first one I don't get right because of that first question. What must you do to enable wired communication? You eat a bagel. Oh, that's so just like, nah, fuck it. Like when they were like, oh yeah, the first one was probably wrong. Pretty sure it was that one. But you didn't know that the Switch 2 Pro controller has some pretty smooth gliding sticks. It also has seamless grips. Pretty cool stuff. In terms of weight, the Switch 2 Pro controller is a little bit lighter than its predecessor. The Switch Pro controller is, like, kind of on the heavy side. The center has also been made thinner. This is to give you room to rest your middle and ring fingers while you're holding the controller. It's easier to hold in general. See the control sticks on the Switch 2 Pro controller? You could refer to them as smooth gliding sticks. It's because they're designed not to feel sticky or like they're snagging anything. Also, there shouldn't be any noise when you tilt them all the way. The stick's axes have been designed never to reach the limit of their range. Instead, they stop at a certain point that you can't see from the outside. And at the point of contact, we've placed a soft sheet. This gently cushions the area and makes it quieter. All of this helps them glide pretty smoothly. Even the Switch 2 Pro controller grips were given some consideration. You may notice the controller's grips are seamless. We made sure that there are no grooves in places that your hands might easily touch. This prevents dirt, grime from building up in the cracks. Oh, yeah, true. Plus, it just feels nice to hold. To tell you the truth, it was incredibly difficult to make such a complex controller shape out of plastic, especially one without any grooves. It took a lot of finessing, but we made it work. Inspired by the Nintendo GameCube, one thing about the grip of the Switch 2 Pro controller is that its design differs slightly from its Nintendo Switch counterpart. We took some inspiration from the Nintendo GameCube controller grip and thinned out where you hold it. Why? Because it gives your middle and ring fingers some more space to rest. The controller is now easier to hold. Oop. In what way has the Switch 2 Pro controller been modified to make it easier to hold? Center controller's been made thinner. Which of the following is a way you could refer to Switch 2 Pro controller control sticks? Vegetable sticks. Yo, vegetable sticks kind of fuck. What has been removed from places on the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller that your hands might easily touch? Grooves. Grips on the Pro controller were inspired by the design of which other controller? The Wii Wheel. The Wii U gamepad. The gamepad doesn't have grips. Don't... like, get out of here. That thing is unergonomic as fuck. Thirst for knowledge is beyond compare. Have you always been this curious? A little bit, but I actually feel like I've gotten more curious as I've gotten older. I'm even tempted to offer you a staff position. I wouldn't... like, on one hand, it would be like, oh, I fucking love to, but on the other hand, it's like, what business would I have? You know what I mean? Oops. I have a feeling this is actually going to need a Pro controller, so... yeah. So, I wonder if you could do that with the charging grip. Like, realistically, you should be able to, but they might force you to use a Pro controller. So we're gonna go back to the I to go to the K. And this is the wheel. I feel like there's no way they could make you use a wheel here, right? Because how's the controller even going to know that it's in a wheel? There's no... oh, push here to press the SR button. Was there not one on the S for the other one? Yeah. There is one. How did I miss that? Nothing here. Is there a stamp nearby? Sure is. Easily attach to and detach. Seems simple enough. Oh, that was the original one. I don't think I knew there was one for the original Switch either. I do have a Wii wheel. I also made one before the Wii wheel was ever even a thing. Like, I just made one for, I don't even know, probably Excite Truck was probably what I was playing, where I was like, oh, I should just make a thing that I could stick the Wii remote into. Make sure the Joy-Con, I think I still have it too. Make sure the Joy-Con 2 controller can be easily inserted into the wheel. We added a gap beneath the Joy-Con. However, simply including a gap would cause the Joy-Con 2 to become dislodged when the controller is tilted. So what did we do? Well, we needed a solution that wouldn't get in the way of the Joy-Con 2 when it's attached. There's rubber attached here. It may look like the control stick will bump it when tilted down, but it's positioned to hold the Joy-Con 2 in place. Thanks to this, the Joy-Con 2 controller feels securely attached and won't accidentally detach. Joy-Con 2 wheel and Joy-Con 2 controller are attached magnetically. Magnets in the Joy-Con 2 wheel stick to the steel SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers. And when the I'm starting to lose the ability to talk, or read rather, and just process thoughts. Like, I'm just like learning a lot of stuff that I'm probably never going to need to know. When the SL, SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 wheel are pressed, the buttons on the Joy-Con inside the wheel are pressed too, but having them pressed down normally wasn't enough. If you move the magnets, the Joy-Con 2 moves along with them. This can result in the buttons not getting pressed as intended. If the buttons are pressed with something like a rod, the Joy-Con 2 controller will come off the magnet. So we made the magnets rotate. At the access point, the Joy-Con 2 is still stuck to the magnet and doesn't move. Buttons are being pressed where the magnets rotate. Again, the weird shit that engineers have to figure out. Less than 0.3. We did this at the wheel and the Joy-Con 2 Rs. That and, like, my mouth is tired of saying, like, Nintendo Switch 2 console and Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con 2 controllers, and, like, it's so many, like, everything's so long-winded. We did this so the wheel and the Joy-Con 2 are as close together as possible. Strong conviction. Attach easily to the wheel. Gap was added just below. Good vibes. The wheel just lets the controller fit inside. How is the magnets positioned? They rotate.
How thick? Less than 0.3. Yerp. Oh. Where's that taking us? It's just wondering, like, what's the last pavilion gonna be? Wheels are of similar size. You probably already know the Joy-Con 2 is larger than the Switch Joy-Con. When you compare the wheels, you'll notice that there isn't much difference in terms of size. It's roughly equal size, was about as small as we could make it. This was to ensure that people with smaller hands could reach the control sticks and buttons. That said, even though it's about the same size overall, the SL and SR buttons are now larger and easier to press. It's a groove where the parts join, you're likely to touch this part with your fingers, so we thought about how to prevent this from happening. As you can see that the Joy-Con 2 wheel parts are shaped differently. There are almost no grooves on the outside. It's actually a bit unusual. All of this makes it pretty nice to hold. Ah! I'm trying to fiddle the analog stick with my right hand while I was itching my nose. There's a lot of screws that are needed to hold the plastic in place. Do you know where they are? I mean, I don't have one, so just go ahead and... 6 screws hidden underneath the outer plastic. We hid them to make it look as much like a wheel as possible. Screws are also just unsightly, honestly. On the topic of wheels, Nintendo has had steering wheel controls available for a long time. Yeah, that's the one I have. I believe it came with Mario Kart Wii. Oh yeah, I have one of those too. If you go all the way back, you can find even more examples than this. There's Racing 112 in 1978. What the fuck is this thing? And even Drive Game 1966, both of which were exclusive to Japan. Drive Game, alright. Steering wheel controls let you enjoy the feeling of driving a car. Which is bigger, the same size. It's been done to make the Joy-Con wheel easier to grip. The grooves now hit pressure points on your hands. Grooves are mostly out of reach, I guess? Is that what they're going for? Or it was made with soft materials? I think they're focused on the grooves here. Under the outer plastic in a small wardrobe. The following games that use steering wheel controls, which is the oldest? Drive Game. 66, I believe it was. Okay, so there's a tech demo and minigame.
Hold them with both hands while you grip the handlebars when actually.
It's like backwards. Okay. Oh, that way. There we go. Oh, we fast. We zooming. Hello. Name game about driving a car, but this ain't your average drag race. You can tilt the Joy-Con 2 controller to stunt drive on 2 wheels. You play with mouse controls moving the car to left or right. Sometimes you have to drive on 2 wheels to squeeze through tight gaps. Two-wheeling it should also give you enough height to catch the speed boosts in the air. Aim is to get to the goal as quickly as possible. So yeah, even this I expected to be motion controls, not mouse controls. The Joy-Con 2 left or right? Oh, I have to... Okay, I understand. Dude, this... Okay, this is tough. Oh, so those I want to avoid anyway. Dumb. Yeah. Oh, this is tough as hell. No. Oh, I was actually close, and that was terrible. This one might be the first one that's actually not super tight. It's just weird, because, like... This isn't something you would normally do with, like, normal mouse controls, you know what I mean? So it takes a little getting used to.
Yeah, that one's actually, the timing isn't crazy tight on.
No, I think there is a second one, so the second one's probably gonna be way harder. Oh, surprising I can even get in. Of course, I'll have floor panels as well. Hit these and take care not to crash into walls, and you'll be sailing straight to the finish line. Oh. I wonder what the thinner one does. Ah! Yeah, bet. Yeah, bet. Oh, I was tilting. Just wasn't fast enough. Still 43. It's doable. It's doable. Whatever. Yeah. It's so hard. Oh, so close.
Yeah, that one's a little tight. The first one's pretty easy. There's a lot of wiggle room for mistakes. Okay. On to, last pavilion. I'm interested to check out some of this stuff I've had to skip. Oh, we're going inside. Oh, wait. Lost and found. Are there more people here now? than when we first started. Maybe there were just always that many people at the beginning. Nothing? Okay. The final lap.
So dramatic. No notes on the air vent. True. Yeah, are we actually upside down? I didn't think about that. Because, yeah, we climbed up a ladder, but then we came in climbing down a ladder. $18 stamps here, and I've barely found any. Okay. Do you know how many parts there are inside the console? Do you know anything about its circuit board? I don't know anything about any circuit board. Hit me up. Twice as many parts as there were on the Switch console's circuit board. Most common type of part used is the capacitor. These are used to help maintain stable electrical signals. Since the Switch 2 console exchanges electrical signals at much higher speeds than the Switch console, the slightest instability can cause it to stop working properly. So what we did was use even more capacitors to ensure that electrical signals were disrupted as little as possible. By enabling the exchange of stable high-speed electrical signals in this way, Nintendo Switch 2 can run at high speeds. This is the circuit board inside the Switch 2. Might seem like it's just a single layer at first, but the single sheet is actually made up of more than 10 thin layers. Each of these thin layers contains wiring that connects one component to another. The wires are a bit like the human nervous system. There are thousands of these wires on the console's circuit board. Each layer uses a slightly different wiring layout. We designed it as if we were trying to solve a puzzle with our hands. As we already know, the circuit board for Switch 2 console has over 10 overlapping layers and thousands of wires. But the wiring isn't just about connecting all components together. Other things need to be considered too. For instance, it's not possible to have wires crossing on a single layer. Wires had to be narrower than 0.1 millimeter to avoid overlap. The length of the wiring is important too. When an electronic signal runs through a wire, it's about as fast as the speed of light. Now consider the fact that this exchange takes place in a fraction of a billionth of a second. When you have several wires sending data together, they all need to be the same length, or else the signals will arrive at different times. Oh, is that why they're, like, weaving on a circuit board? I didn't know that. That makes sense. So we had to make the lengths of each wire match, ensuring that the signals arrive at the same time. And one more thing, we made sure that the wires are not too long, as the signals could become too weak to reach their destination, and not too close to each other, as the signals could get mixed up. Games use a lot of electricity. The Switch 2 console is typically used to play games, and so it's also likely to need a lot of electricity. Smart devices let you do much more than play games, but they consume less electricity. The amount of electricity that a smart device needs to run for a day would be used by Nintendo Switch 2 in about 3 hours. Incidentally, more than half of this electricity is used by the main computer, which is called the SoC. I think one minor thing that is causing this game to hit me with exhaustion more than most games is it's hard on the eyes. Lots of bright white screens, a lot of bright red colors, which can be hard to look at for extended periods of time. Like, every time one of these white screens come up, I'm, like, blinking my eyes several times, because it's just bright. Which of the following consoles has more components on its circuit board? How many thin layers make up the console? You know what I'm saying. How fast are the signals that travel through the wiring? Speed of a top human athlete. Speed of a bullet train. What part of the Switch 2 console requires over half of its total power usage? The main computer. I don't know what SOC stands for. I'm surprised they didn't say. Maybe they're going to later. Oh, there's a lot of quizzes here. Okay. Yeah, they probably will. Electromagnetic noise. Whenever there's an electric current running through the circuit board's wiring, there will always be electromagnetic noise present. Electromagnetic noise can sometimes interfere with nearby devices, which can cause them to not work properly. Electromagnetic noise doesn't easily penetrate metal, so to prevent a lot of it from escaping the console, we wrapped the areas where it's emitted in metal. For instance, take the main computer called the SoC. We encased the SoC in metal to prevent a lot of electromagnetic noise from getting out. That is the area right here, right? Like, I think that's what all this metal back here is. Static electricity. When the weather is dry and the temperature is low, you may feel a little shock when touching something metal. This is static electricity. If static electricity hits a game console, the console could stop working or become broken. And of course, we wouldn't want that to happen, so we've employed a few ideas in places where your fingers are likely to touch metal. The game card slot and the Joy-Con 2 magnetic connectors are two such places. For example, we added parts to soften the impact of a sudden jolt of static electricity, and spots that absorb it. These spots stop the static electricity from getting to parts that it might otherwise easily damage. Encased with two types of materials. The parts that encase the Switch 2 console are made from two types of material. These materials are very tightly attached to each other. One is magnesium alloy, shown in orange, and the other is plastic, shown in black. Magnesium alloy is on the inside. It's strong and robust, and it also serves to reduce electromagnetic noise. Then there's the outer layer of plastic. Even when the unit gets hot, the plastic lets you touch the console without feeling the heat. We stuck these two materials together to make full use of them. The console itself is thinner than if we had made it entirely out of plastic, and there's more space on the inside, too. On the top of the console, you'll find a USB Type-C connector. It can be used to charge the console's battery. This allows the system to charge while you're playing in handheld or tabletop. But that's not all. The USB Type-C connector can also be used to connect a camera to the console. The camera can be used while you're playing games in TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld mode. However, the connector cannot be used to connect to the Switch 2 dock. This means it's not possible to inset the console into that dock upside down. I'm kind of in go mode, where I'm like, okay, let's get moving. I'm shocked that this has been over 6 hours. Like, I haven't even revisited any of the minigames yet. And that's not even counting the stuff I skipped, either. Like, there's a lot of stuff here. And it's very interesting. But my brain is, like, hitting a capacity where I'm like, I think I'm ready to be done. I want to hit the rest of the Taco Bell sitting out there waiting for me. What is the console circuit board wrapped in to prevent electromagnetic noise from escaping? A blanket. Just a cozy blanket. When you touch the metal part, what can be transmitted from your hand to the console? Static electricity. Good luck.
Parts that encase the inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console are made out of plastic and what other material? Magnesium alloy. Which of the following can you not do with the Type-C connector on the top? Insert the console into the dock. Perfect. Ah, what do you want? Okay, that's great. Why did you feel the need to tell me that? Oh, I can go up here too. God, this place is enormous. Holy hell, it just keeps going. Alright, well, there's the last lost item. Microphone. I don't think there's anything else down here. Real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and go turn in the... Oh, hey, I 100% the wheel area. I didn't even notice. I'm gonna go ahead and turn in the last lost item, see what happens with that. I don't believe that anyone has explored this exhibition as much as you. For that, I'd like to award you the title of VIV, very important visitor. Sticker! Show that we consider you a very important visitor. Now go and enjoy the rest of the exhibition. I wonder if there's multiple stars. I don't see a star. Oh, it's up there on areas. Oh, yeah, so there's probably one per category. It's a lot to do. I would love to finish all the stamps and quizzes, then, tonight. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, Nintendo's history with wireless communication, and more. It's a very recent history with wireless communication. I'd say that they're still learning a lot. When it comes to wireless communication, a few different methods are possible. There's online communication via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth communication between the console and other devices, such as controllers, near-field communication with Amiibo, and local communication between Switch 2 consoles. Quite a list, huh? And since none of these communication methods involve cables, you don't have to worry about anything getting in the way or tangled up. Wireless communication can be pretty convenient. I'm almost shocked that the camera isn't wireless, but I don't know what that would involve. That'd probably make it way more expensive for starters. Within the Switch 2 console, there are 3 antennas. These 3 antennas exchange signals with other devices. They're used to connect devices such as Joy-Con controllers, Pro controllers, or Bluetooth headphones. They can also be used to connect to the internet via Wi-Fi or to other Switch 2 consoles. What's more, the parts encasing the antennas as well as the console itself have an additional function. They actually help the antennas work. Wi-Fi signal used for online communication and the Bluetooth signal, such as Joy-Con, can get mixed up. If we don't employ extra measures to prevent this, it can result in poor communication between devices. So to help prevent this, we made sure that the signals take turns. Console can use either Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, but not both at the same time. Can switch between these two types of communication very quickly. Also, ever so slightly offsets the type of signal used. With these measures in place, the signals have a much lower risk of getting mixed up. Fun fact, it's difficult for radio signals to pass through the human body. So when the console's using Wi-Fi, if your hands or body is too close to the antennas, it may weaken the signal. We took steps to make sure that the signal wouldn't get weakened too much. One way we did so was by considering the positioning of the antennas. It was chosen to ensure that your hands aren't blocking the antenna when playing in handheld mode.
As for the controller's antennas, there are different ways to hold controllers depending on the game, so we tried to distribute them evenly as best we could. And there are the antenna and the Switch 2 Pro controller. There's only one way to hold the Pro controller, so we kept the antenna away from your expected hand position. Basically, the antennas were positioned based on how you would be holding the controllers. In the past, Nintendo game consoles used cables for communication, but as time went on, there was a gradual shift to wireless technology. It used to be that when you wanted to connect two game consoles together to play, you would need a special cable to link them. Game Boy or Game Boy Advance systems are examples of this. Later, a special adapter enabled wireless communication for Game Boy Advance. I actually have one of those. Nintendo DS followed with wireless communication capabilities as well. As for controllers, up until GameCube, Nintendo controllers had to be connected with a cable. This is when the Wavebird controller came along, which uses dedicated radio signals. The Wii Remote after this uses Bluetooth. I still have a Wavebird. I don't know where the thing you plug into the console is. Like, I lost it years ago. I think the rubber analog stick, like, fell off on the Wavebird from too much use, though. So it's just another dead GameCube controller I have. I should really just throw those out at some point. I have like 4 dead GameCube controllers that are I just have for no reason. A similar shift can be seen with regard to internet connections. Nintendo GameCube had to be connected to the internet via a LAN cable. After this, DS and Wii went on to use Wi-Fi technology. Starting from the 2000s, the number of Nintendo devices utilizing wireless communication steadily increased. I have a feeling finding all the stamps on this last one's going to be kind of tough. Which of the following can communicate wirelessly with the Switch 2 console? Hanafuda playing cards. Game & Watch consoles. Wouldn't surprise me if Alarmo could communicate with it. Three of these inside the console. What are they? Stylus umbrellas? What the fuck? When it uses wireless communication, which of the following is offset? Radio waves. Tidal waves. Which of the following is the most difficult for signals to pass through? I guess the human body? They pointed that out, but they didn't say by comparison to other things. I mean, glass and air is probably not that big of a deal, but I feel like plastic... I don't know, because they use plastic for everything, so... Through which medium have Nintendo game consoles communicated with each other and their controllers? Sonar, telephone, landline, the postal service. Imagine trading Pokemon through the postal service. Oh, man. Like, there's 18 stamps here. I've only found 2. There's one. Micro SD Express card slot. I don't even know where the card slot is. It's under the stand, I guess? Like I said, I didn't get an SD card. Brightness sensor. Volume buttons. All right, now we're cooking. Wireless antenna, right? I'm an old school analog artist, but I do find all these insights fascinating. Ma? Yeah, what the fuck is Ma? There's gotta be a stamp on this somewhere, right? Maybe not. Speaker. One of the speaker boxes they told us about. Yeah, sure, let's hit the tech demo. Oh, come on. Because it has to do with the console speakers, I guess. Yeah, you can use headphones, so... Alright, whatever. Play games that support surround sound. You can enjoy 3D sound, whether it's coming from the Switch 2 console speakers or from a pair of headphones. This works not just for Switch 2 games, but Switch games as well. You might even hear sounds coming from places where there aren't any speakers. Spooky. You're listening to 3D. I guess they don't know that I'm using headphones, which is why they won't let me use that one without being in handheld. When you're listening to 3D sound with headphones connected to the Switch 2 console, game sounds are processed to make it seem like they're coming from different directions. For example, if a sound is meant to be coming from the right side in-game, you'll hear that sound in your right ear slightly sooner. Left-right balance is calculated to reach your ears at the right time. This means that there's a slight delay before the sound comes out of the left and right sides of the headphones, and that's not all. We used a dummy head microphone to simulate how the sound changes based on several factors, including how it bounces around the external ear in complex ways, how it reverberates through the head, and so on. As a result, it will give the impression that the sound is coming from somewhere else. I always wondered how they managed to pull that off. As for 3D sound coming from the speakers, it doesn't work the same way as it does with headphones. On a pair of headphones, sounds from the left and right can be played to each respective ear. In the case of speakers, though, you would still hear sounds from the right speaker in your left ear, and vice versa. Sounds would mix and jumble, making it difficult to hear, so the console speakers employ a certain trick. They cancel out the sound that reaches your opposite ear. So when sound that would reach your left ear plays from the right speaker, complex signals play along with it to cancel out that sound. That's just fucking wizardry, man. Like, what are you talking about? Sounds from the left will only reach the left ear, and sounds from the right will only reach the... Like, that's just, like, witchcraft. Like, what are you talking about? God, not only, like, it's the red transitioning into the white that is, like, ugh. To enjoy games with 3D sound, which feature must they be compatible with? Ground sound? Using headphones to listen to 3D sound, what happens to the sounds on either side, coming from different directions? Timings are offset. When listening to 3D sound from the speakers, signals are emitted to cancel what? Dinner plans, pre-orders for downloadable software. Learn about microSD express memory cards. Jesus, do we really need 5 for memory cards? MicroSD Express cards can be used to save various Switch 2 data. Downloaded games as well as photos and videos taken with the capture button are saved to this card. It's a handy thing to have if you run out of system memory. You can use a microSD card on the Switch console, but only a microSD Express card will work on a Nintendo Switch 2 console. I saw people saying that they're smaller. It doesn't look like it according to this. It looks like they're the same size. Find a place for it in the spot where you can pull out the stand. Ah, okay, so it is under there. I barely fiddled with the stand.
You just need to insert the card into the slot marked microSD Express and you should be good to go. More pins. Let's take a look. Like they're the same. I don't know why I heard people saying that they're even smaller. Unless they just didn't have experience with micro SD cards in general. While it may look similar to a micro SD card, there are key differences. You should notice one once you flip it over. Yeah, that looks different. Still the same size, though. These pins data can be read and written in a new way. But since the original pins are still there, it can even work as a micro SD card. It's actually compatible with Switch consoles. The micro SD Express card, the Switch 2 console has a new way to read and write data. Compared to when you use a micro SD card on a Switch console, assuming a buffer size of 4 MB, the read speed will be about 8 times faster. However, different cards will typically read and write at different speeds. Some games may be doing more in the background than just loading, which means loading speeds may not always be around 8 times faster. Reading and writing speeds are getting faster. Switch 2 console only accepts a specific type of card, and that is the microSD Express card. Take note that microSD cards won't work. Switch 2 console takes advantage of the speed at which microSD Express cards read and write data, and we'd like you to benefit from this extra speed as you enjoy new games. Although that's not to say that microSD cards are completely unusable. If you still have photos and images saved to a microSD card that was used on a Switch console, you can copy the data from the SD card to the Switch 2 console system memory. I wonder if you can transfer save data like that. MicroSD Express card is fast. In fact, because it sends signals so quickly, it tends to get hot. Naturally, we've tried as much as we can to avoid heat buildup. We thought about where to place the MicroSD Express card slot, and decided to put it near one of the air inlets to keep it cool. On top of that, we kept the Express card slot farther away from the other parts of the console that are likely to get hot. We even applied graphite sheets to the Express card slot. These sheets are very effective at transferring heat. The sheets helped spread the heat around, which keeps the area cool. Bow. Greeting cards. What does Express Memory Card have more of? Thanks. How do the read and write speeds? A lot faster. What aspect of Express Memory Cards do games for Switch 2 console make full use of? The pins, luster, reading write speeds. Stops them from heating up. Is that all the quizzes? No. Oh my god, there's so many in here. Might actually have to go overtime to finish this up. How did I miss that? I think that was just talk that popped up. Nice and quick one. In terms of performance, Switch 2 console is several times better than the Switch console. Naturally, it means it requires more power. We've done our best to reduce the amount of power it uses, of course, but even after optimizing the console, we needed to get it more power. If we had used the same battery that's used in the Switch, you wouldn't be able to use the Switch 2 for very long. So for Switch 2, we opted for a different battery. This new 5 220 mAh battery has 1.2 times the capacity of the old one. Milliampere hours? Okay. You made that up, didn't you? An increase of 1.2x doesn't mean you'll be able to use the console for 1.2x times longer, but we did our best to maximize the time that you can play on it. We believe that video game consoles should be long-term companions. We'd like you to be able to keep on using them for many years to come. That's why we did our best to make sure that the Nintendo Switch 2 console's battery lasts a long time. A few things we did to achieve this. We purposely tried to ensure that the battery doesn't get too much power when it's charged. If it did, the energy output would be slightly weakened, and the battery could begin to degrade. Also, it's easy to damage a battery with fast charging, so we've done our best to prevent this. Our focus was on how many times the console can be charged. We want it to be able to be charged even more times than a smart device. Nintendo has a history of using batteries to power game consoles, lithium-ion batteries in particular. Console battery life has been improving with successive generations. The Game Boy Advance SP has 600, Nintendo DS 850, 3DS 1300, Switch 4310, oh my god. Incidentally, Game Boy and Game Boy Advance systems use dry cell batteries. In those days, if you ran out of battery while playing, you had to throw away the dry cell batteries and buy new ones. Imagine that, kids. Except it's not really that weird, because the Xbox controllers still take normal batteries. So it's not that alien. Oh, mouth's getting all dry from all the reading, talking. How much more capacity does the Switch 2 console's battery have? Why is the Switch 2 console's battery not supplied with too much power? It helps prevent battery degradation. Both of my DSs have that problem where they've been charged so many times that they can't hold a charge anymore. It was used to power the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance systems. The desire to play. I mean, it's not wrong. Do you know that if you press and hold B during HDR fireworks demo, you can launch a different kind of firework? In the super resolution demo, you can use R to toggle between images instantly. And lastly, in the HD Rumble 2 motorcycle demo, you can press L or R to honk the horn. I did figure that out. To tell you the truth, I wasn't aware of these either. The staff just told me. Heatsink. Blap. Go down here, too. Fan. Hello. I think I already returned it to Lost and Found, so you're gonna have to... Go get it back. Electronic devices get hot. Some electronic devices can heat up the longer they run. They can get particularly hot when performing fast calculations, communicating rapidly, or running while being charged. And using devices that are hot to the touch definitely isn't fun, but that's not the only problem. If the parts are too hot, the device itself may fail to work properly. I think that might have been what happened the other night when I was playing Battle Network. I think my computer might have overheated, and it just crashed. It was really hot and stuffy that day, so I think that might have been what happened. Some parts could even break completely. To ensure this doesn't happen, Nintendo Switch 2 cools down parts in different ways so they don't get too hot. Switch 2 console does its best to keep itself from heating up. One way it does this is with a built-in fan.
This fan funnels air into the console and blows it at different parts. Hot air is then pushed out to keep things cool. The fan isn't always running, though. First, it uses the temperature sensor to check how hot the console is. If it's hot, the fan runs at high speed, but if it's not too hot, it'll only spin a little. At low speeds, the fan will be so quiet you can barely hear it. Try putting your ear up to the fan and listening for yourself. I'm trying to think, I played a couple of hours of Mario Kart after the stream last night, and I don't think I heard the fan running. But then I also have, like, I have the dehumidifier running, I have the air purifier running, so, like, that probably is enough to cover it up. Switch 2 console contains a circuit board. The components on the circuit board generate heat. These need to be cooled down. To do this, air flows to both the front and back of the circuit board. Both sides are directly connected via the air inlet. And the fan draws in air, ventilating both the front and back. So the components on both the front and back of the circuit board can be safely cooled. Cool the Switch 2 console with air. The airflow needs to be as smooth as possible. With good airflow, the fan doesn't have to push itself to high speeds. Air inlets were made on the underside to let air straight in. At the outlet, the air comes straight out, unobstructed. Thanks to this and the console's more powerful fan, Switch 2 provides roughly twice the airflow of the original Switch. What happens to electronic devices as they run? They get sleepy. That's also true. I mean, that's not incorrect. That's not the answer they're looking for, but which of the following is attached to the Switch 2 console to cool it down? A refrigerator. Just a whole refrigerator. Where does the air flow over on the Switch 2 console circuit board to cool it down, both front and back? How much airflow does the Switch 2 console provide? Twice as much. Perfect. Oh, there's more. Okay. The unfortunate thing is I feel like this last pavilion is simultaneously, like, the most interesting, because it's very deep hardware kind of stuff. But on the other hand, I could feel a lot of people, especially kids, are gonna be like, this is too technical, and they're gonna lose interest. Like, I don't care about how the thing stays cool, for the most part. There might be a couple that are gonna be like, oh, interesting. Like, just future engineers there, really. One thing about the Switch 2 console's system memory is that it's susceptible to heat. The system memory should be kept as cool as possible. That's why it's been positioned close to one of the air inlets. What's more, made sure that it wasn't near other parts that heat up. There's one last thing. The wiring conducts heat easily because it's made of copper, so we gave the system memory its own spot away from any wiring. This reduces the transferred heat. As a result, the system memory is protected from heat. Inside the console, it's normal for parts to get hot, but some parts are difficult to cool down with air alone. We used a couple different materials to solve this. First being graphite sheets, and the second a substance called thermal grease, both of which are good at conducting heat. By using these, heat is evenly distributed across the parts that get hot so that they only become a little warm. Because a lot of air gets to this warmer area, the console can be easily cooled. Graphite sheets have been attached to plastic on the back, as well as to other parts, such as the micro SD Express memory card slot. Thermal grease, meanwhile, is used for the main computer. Do you know which part of the console produces the most heat? It's the main computer, also known as the SoC. All this heat from the SoC needs somewhere to go, which is where the heat pipe comes in. Carries the heat to the air outlet. Inside of the heat pipe is a vacuum. There's a little water in there, too. The water is heated by the SOC, turns into steam, and moves towards the cooler side. Then when it reaches the air outlet, it turns back to water and returns to the SOC through a process called capillary action. This carries on over and over, transporting heat to the air outlet. This way, even the part that generates the most heat gets cooled down. Ba-dump. What measure was applied to prevent heat from transferring across the space marked in red? I don't think they said exactly what they did, just that they kind of, like, separated it. Was it just a wall, or was wiring just not going through there? I think they were talking about wiring at that point in time, so I think that might be it. What heat-conducting substance is used to distribute the heat of the Switch 2's console mains computer? Bacon grease. Obviously, you can refill it yourself when it runs out. What moves around inside the heat pipe to transfer heat from the Switch 2's console mains computer? Small amount of water. Oh, I thought the first one could have been wrong. Ah. Nice. Game card slot. This place is so big. I didn't continue going along the duct here, or whatever this was called. Pipe. Oh, what's that down there? Insights here are pretty tough to wrap your head around, but the explanations are easy to follow. People who don't know much about computers should give this a read. I do feel like most of these are, like, explained pretty well. Can't go up that way. All kinds of microphones. Switch 2 console does have a built-in microphone, but you can also use a different microphone if you like. For instance, you can plug a microphone into the audio jack, or you can attach it via USB port to the console on the dock. You can even plug it into the Switch 2 Pro controller's audio jack. You've got plenty of options, so feel free to take your pick. Whichever microphone you settle on, the chip will make your voice easy to hear. For a second, I thought that said our microphone is enough. And I was like, wow, they immediately backed that up with, yeah, fuck those other losers, though. Use our microphone. One microphone is enough. You might notice that the Switch 2 console only has a single microphone. Sure, there are some devices out there that come fitted with 2 or 3. Having 2 or 3 microphones make it easier to pick up a person's voice from a specific direction. But in TV mode, you're free to point the Switch 2 dock in any direction you want. You're also free to speak anywhere in the room. This means that you don't need the microphone specifically pointing at someone. Also, Switch 2 has a chip that makes it easier for it to pick up your voice, and it's customized especially for games. So it can pick up your voice loud and clear, and that's why it's just a single microphone will be enough. Why is the mic on the console?
We initially considered putting it somewhere else, like on the dock, on the grip, or on the Joy-Con. Problem was, the microphone would only be usable in TV mode if it was a part of the dock, and it wouldn't be usable in handheld mode if part of the grip. If we put it on the controller, it would have made it harder for the microphone to pick up voices when you're using motion controls. That's true. It also couldn't pick up a whole group of people as easily. We wanted to make the mic easy to use, and we wanted this to apply whether you're using the console in handheld, TV, or tabletop mode. Not to mention when you're using motion controls. That's why we decided to build it into the console. When it comes to voice chat, Nintendo has a long-standing history. Do you? Yeah, let's talk about Animal Crossing City Folks voice chat functionality. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. You need only look back on titles like Pokemon Diamond and Pearl for DS, Animal Crossing City Folk for Wii, and its compatibility with the Wii Speak accessory. Pokemon X and Y for 3DS. I don't remember all these Pokemon games having voice chat, but I guess they did. I forgot WeChat existed. I don't think I ever actually used it. And the Nintendo Switch Online smart device app for the Nintendo Switch. Players have been able to use their voices in a lot of different ways. What's more, you could even talk with people far away using the Light telephone released in 1971 exclusive to Japan. They made a bunch of weird shit before they got into video games, man. I have the Wii Speak accessory, and I don't think I even have Animal Crossing City Folk anymore because I didn't like City Folk. I remember the voice chat was pretty bad though. I remember it was pretty bad. Which of the following devices can you connect a microphone to in order to more easily hear people's voices? Yes. Yes. Although realistically, you're using it so it will hear your voice better, not so that you can hear other voices better. That's worded a little strangely. How many microphones are built into the Switch console? 1. In which mode is the Switch 2 console's microphone intended to be used? Yes. What could you use to chat with when using the Wii Speak accessory? What do you mean? This is a weird question. Paper cups and some string is... It may as well have been paper cups and some string. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. I think I used it, like, once, and then, like, never again, because it was bad. Now what? Over here, I guess. Which one? Wireless antenna. Hello. Speaker. Oh, that's all of them? Cool. Oh, yeah, for chatter. I forgot about that. Is that really all they were referring to? That's kind of weird. Well, I want to know what the hell this is, but... yeah, let's go ahead and... oh, because this is the last pavilion. Final room is just through here. We're not going to go there yet. But I'm very curious. Okay, so yeah, the stamps are done. Operating system insights.
Not every piece of Switch 2 software is a game. The console comes installed with software that's already running in the background.
This is called the operating system. The OS helps game developers by making it easier to create games. You can also download software and update data while you're playing games, find out what your friends are up to, send out notifications, and more. The OS quietly supports games in the background. I think I do vaguely recall one of the DS Pokemon games having voice chat, but it wasn't good.
For sure, it was not good. Switch 2 operating system is dedicated to gaming. In fact, that's specifically what it was made for. Operating systems found in smart devices and PCs are designed to do many things, but when an OS is dedicated to gaming, it focuses solely on game-related tasks. That's why it was designed to be small. This allows for more of the console's processing power and memory to be used on games. Switch 2 console is designed for playing games after all, so games are naturally prioritized. Rewriting programs. Inside the Wii U console, there's a Wii computer. This lets you play Wii games on the Wii U. However, the Switch 2 console is different. You won't find a Nintendo Switch computer inside. The Switch 2 computer works differently from the Switch computer. This means that Switch games won't work as they are. Despite this, you can still play Switch games on Switch 2. How is this possible? Well, when you play a Switch game, the OS adapts it to the way the Switch 2 console works. It does so by rewriting Nintendo Switch programs, such as shader binaries, on the fly. When you play a Switch game, the Switch 2 OS is rewriting things in the background. By the way, because you're playing a Switch game on a Switch 2, which is not using a Switch computer, you may notice some improved performance, such as faster load times and smoother gameplay. This isn't strictly related to the operating system, but there are a number of different computers inside the Switch 2 console and its accessories. The main computer is just one of them. For example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers and dock each contain their own computers. In fact, every single game card contains a computer. Not only that, each computer has its own software that runs on it. This software is called firmware. Because the Switch 2 console is designed for playing games, we customized each piece of firmware to make it easier to use with games. In other words, each Joy-Con controller, dock, and game card runs its own custom firmware. Nintendo game consoles have had their own operating systems for some time, ever since the Wii, in fact. 64 and DS also have operating systems, but in these cases, the OS is mainly included in the game's software. Since the release of the Wii, the OS has been installed on the console instead, running in the background. I think the DS has an operating system on the... That might not have been the best example. Because it has an interface when you boot it up, right? Where you have to, boot into the game and everything. But anyway. It's performed all sorts of functions to improve your gameplay experience. For example, Wii Connect 24, Street Pass and Spot Pass, Miiverse, switching between TV mode, tabletop mode, and handheld for Switch, and so on. Maybe the DS interface wasn't terribly advanced. Maybe that's what makes it different. It's just a game launcher. I guess technically the GameCube had that too. What's the name of the software that comes installed on Switch 2 and runs in the background? The DS. What operating system does the Switch 2 console use? An OS dedicated to gaming. Same OS used for Hanafuda playing cards. How many Hanafuda references are there gonna be?
That's 2 now. What allows Switch 2 to play Switch games? Switch computer contained in the Switch 2 operating system, rewriting data in the background, system converting data on the fly via an internet connection. Switch games cannot be played on Switch 2. What type of software runs the Switch 2 computer, the controllers, and other devices? Better. Nintendo has been using game consoles with operating systems installed since the release of which game console? This is a trick question. This is mean. I think they mean Wii, Because that's what they said. They said Wii was the first one. The DS has a firmware on the console. If you boot the DS up without a game in it, it brings up the thing where you can like choose to launch the game or go into settings or look at the calendar or open PictoChat. It has a firmware. But I think they mean Wii because that's the one they said Wii was the first one. I think this is a misleading question. Oh, I just accidentally went into mouse mode on my stomach. That was interesting. I am almost done with all the quizzes. Yeah, we honestly might be pushing 7 hours by the time we're done here. There's still a couple of quizzes to go. There's a bunch of mini games I haven't done. I'd like to at least finish the quizzes and finish any other mini-game or tech demo that I can actually do in docked mode. So it's probably at least another 30 minutes, if I had to guess. This is pretty meaty. If you like learning about stuff like this, this was $10. I'm probably going to get 10 hours of gameplay out of it when I go back and do all the mini-games that are in handheld mode and such. Especially if the later ones get pretty difficult. Plenty of things can be stored in the Switch 2 system memory, from game save data to downloaded games to photos and videos taken with the capture button. It has a capacity of 256 gigs. It's 8 times more than the system memory of Nintendo Switch. 4 times more than the OLED model. I didn't know OLED had more space. This means it's easier to add games that take up more space. And yet, 256 is still going to fill up real fast if you do a lot of digital. What did you dig into tonight, Lan? Like, what did you decide on playing? When it comes to reading from and writing to the system memory, Nintendo Switch 2 works differently from Switch. Assuming a buffer size of 4 megs, Switch 2 can read and write roughly 8 times faster than its predecessor. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading. They've said this, like, 3 times now. Out of all the storage mediums that hold game data, it's the system memory that can be read the fastest. It's even faster than a game card or express memory card. Oh, did you nap? Oh, so you got there, like, well before they left. Nintendo has a long history of letting you save games in the form of download. Yeah, I guess technically Wii, I guess that's correct. Because they had the virtual console and everything. You couldn't buy full games on it yet. Could you buy full games on the DSi? Or was it the 3DS that was the first you could buy full games digitally? Satellaview 1995. Wow. Saved to a 0.001 gig memory pack. This peripheral for the Super Famicom let you download games via satellite. We've offered you ways to download and save games for as long as Nintendo has been a household name. Almost. Wow, Satellaview mentioned. That's... I like that they go into some history stuff here, too. It's fun. How many gigabytes? Which of the following is fastest? The console's system memory. Which of the following Nintendo services was the first to let you save game data in the form of a download? Nintendo Power cartridges. God, it is 4:15 in the morning already. Holy shit. I did start really late. I'm tempted to do a second stream of this. I wonder if I could get another full 6 hours out of it. Considering there's some mini games I outright skipped.
I mean, I could always do a stream of it, and if it ends early, I can just pivot and play Mario Kart. Like, it's easy enough to do that. Or do GameCube online or something. Two kinds of memory at play here. One is main memory, and the other is system memory. Both types of memory read and write data, but they're actually different from one another. Main memory is read from and written to faster, but the data is lost when the Switch 2 console is powered off. System memory, however, has slower read and write operations, but the data is retained when the console is powered off. For that reason, the main computer uses main memory when it needs to read and write faster. However, it uses the console's system memory to store downloaded games. For example, the downloaded games on the console's system memory are loaded into main memory before the main computer begins to read and write. Each memory type does the work it's best suited for. I needed to wet my whistle. Switch 2 console's main memory loads programs and data from the console system memory. Main memory can also be used to store the results of the main computer's calculations. Switch 2 system's main memory is 3 times larger than that of the Switch systems. This can be used to display more character models and create larger worlds. Switch 2 console's main memory has twice as much circuitry as the Switch consoles. It also uses a method that lets it read and write data twice as fast. So compared to the Nintendo Switch, the Switch 2 console's main memory is up to 4 times faster. I have a bad feeling that I'm not really processing any of this information on this one. I think my brain's hitting its limit. I really want to finish the quizzes, at least. And maybe I won't even check out that final room. Maybe I'll wait and do that tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but whenever we potentially stream this again. It's faster in many areas and is able to perform more calculations in the same amount of time. Switch 2 console's main memory is comparable to that of smart devices. That said, on many smart devices, the main memory is found on top of the main computer. When it comes to Switch 2, the main memory is located away from the main computer. This makes it harder for the main memory to heat up and allows for additional circuitry. It's designed to perform a lot of calculations. When it comes to the console's main memory, data written to the main memory will be lost once the power is shut off. To prevent this data loss, power must be supplied repeatedly. This is called refreshing. When it comes to Switch 2, data is not easily lost. It refreshes more than 200,000 times per second. Got it memorized? Maybe. Also, I'm ninja masking with my t-shirt at the moment, so I might sound muffled. I'm pretty sure my cat just blew up the litter box and just like, committed, like, a war crime. I'm pretty sure. It's pretty bad. And I'm not going to be able to hop up and fix it right this minute. Which of the following reads and writes data faster, but loses its data when the power is turned off? Main memory. Switch 2 console's main memory can handle how much more data than the Switch console's main memory? It was 3, right? I think. Might have been 2. Switch 2 console's main memory does not get hot easily because it's located away from the main computer. How many times does Switch 2 console's main memory refresh? 200,000, I believe. I think it was that. Nice. I think I have 1 quiz left. Oh god, there's still so many. Oh man. We might just stop here and finish the rest next time. There's still a lot of quizzes. I don't really want to go too much further over time than I already did. Like, it's already been 15 minutes. We probably have, like, 30 minutes of just insights and quizzes left. Like, that's probably... It's at least 4 stations. Probably more. There's one up there. Some of them I haven't found yet, so they're probably over on the battery if I had to guess. And then there's 2 mini games here. There's a tech demo I didn't do. I think we might actually to be continued this. I can't believe I'm saying that. I did not think this would be more than 1 stream. But I think this might actually be a to be continued. I think we're gonna go hit... Or no, this was a handheld one, wasn't it? Yeah, I needed handheld for this one. So I think what I'm gonna do... And then there's all the minigame revisits, too, now that I've got enough medals to unlock stuff. So I think what I'm going to do... I think we're gonna stop here. We're gonna play Mario Kart tomorrow with Eno. And anyone else who wants to play. I think Sunday we'll come back and finish this up. We'll do the remaining quizzes. Remaining insights and quizzes. I do have all the stamps. Or no, I have all the, I do have all the stamps. I don't know why I didn't get a star for that. That might be something in the final area. I do have all the lost items. Before we come back on Sunday, I'll do all of the handheld stuff. The tech demos and mini games that I have to be in handheld to do. I'll knock those out, get some extra medals, and then hopefully we'll be able to open up all this stuff. I mean, we're pretty close to being able to open all of them, so it shouldn't be too crazy. And like I said, if it doesn't take another 6 hours, I can just easily pivot and do some Mario Kart afterwards, or some GameCube Online, or whatever, so... I would just go longer and knock it out tonight. My throat is super tired from all this reading out loud. My throat's extremely tired. I've been drinking a ton of water to keep it from, like, completely giving out, so I really have to use the bathroom. I'm hungry. I did eat on both breaks, but I'm still hungry, so I also want to address that. But, yeah, we'll give this a second stream. I won't... The only parts of it I'll touch off stream will be the handheld stuff that I have to undock the console for, so you won't be missing too much. I'll probably try to... If there's any of the mini-games that really stick out, I'll probably mention them next time, but... For now, that'll be it tonight. We will, hit 4 tonight. I can, like, barely talk, man. I do want to play GX, but that might be its own playthrough. So I don't know if I would necessarily want to start that tomorrow. Not tomorrow. The next stream. Whatever. I can't talk. I can't think. I'm tapped out, man. This was very enjoyable, though. For $10, if you're a curious individual who likes to learn about stuff like this, you're gonna love this. If you don't give a fuck about how the console works, then obviously don't bother, because you're not gonna get what you want out of it. But if you like any of the technical stuff, if you like seeing weird tech demos for the mouse controls especially, almost all of the minigames have been mouse controls, I think. So if you want to see like what the mouse controls are capable of, I think it's a great showcase for that. I would almost recommend getting it just for that, if you just want to dick around with, like, mouse control possibilities. You can skip the quizzes, technically. Like, you don't even have to do those. The only thing you have to do is get the stamps to progress through things. And you don't even get medals for the quizzes, so the quizzes are, like, entirely separate from the minigames. So I don't know, maybe I would recommend it to people who don't necessarily want to do all the reading. Because there's still some interesting minigames. I don't think there's going to be a lot of replayability there. But, I don't know. Maybe some of the later difficulty ones will be a little bit more expansive. We'll find out next time. But anyway, that'll be it for tonight. So thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you found it as interesting as I did. I'm looking forward to seeing more for sure. Probably Sunday, maybe Monday. We'll see. Mario Kart tomorrow. So, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out tonight, and I will see you again soon.